Welcome to Liberta with a final group match, and this is between Guyana versus the Leeward Islands. It's a must-win game for one of these teams. A lot to play for. A win for one of these teams, and depends on what happens in the other game between Jamaica and Windwards, they can go on to play for the third spot. So this morning we have Denala Mann, the captain of the Guyana team. Of course, we have Aliyah Weeks from the Leeward Islands. She's a captain. Mr. Allen, the third umpire, and Mr. Bernard Joseph, the match referee. Weeks has the coin and she will make the toss.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It is a tails.
We're going to bat first.
So you're going to bat first, and what is the reason behind your decision?
To put runs on the board and to execute the plans in the bowling after.
Any changes, personal changes within your team?
Yeah. Atalia Simmons coming today and Rosanna Patterson is out.
Okay, thank you so much and all the best. And Miss Weeks, you didn't get the toss to go your way, but would you have made the same decision?
Yes, I would have bat first.
And of course, I'll ask you the same question. What are some of the personal changes you will have in your batting lineup or your team lineup?
Cleaner Joseph in and the skipper out.
Well, thank you so much and all the best. So that's the news from the toss. The Guyana team, they have won the toss and they have chosen to bat first.
So the umpires, Dave Thompson, Donald Shekels, are out on the field here at the Liberta Sports Club ground here in St. Paul's on the southern side of the beautiful island of Antigua. And we're delighted it is in fact the final of the preliminary matches here. Don't get yourself confused with the final, because today is the final preliminary day. 3 matches will be played. 1 here at the LSC, the other 2 at Coolidge, and then tomorrow is the day when the number 1 will play number 2, number 3 will play number 4, number 5 will play number 6 for respective positions. But the current situation, it is Guyana on the 19 women against the Leewards on the 19 women. Guyana winning the toss and opting to bat. My name is Seth Burton, and I am delighted on behalf of our producer Ian Wason and my fellow commentator Dave Joseph. Dave, winning the toss and batting, something that we don't see very often.
Yeah, the teams are morning set, sorry. Morning to the viewing and listening audience. The teams are normally prefer to chase, seems like. And I think those teams that have chased have normally come out on top so far. So not a bad idea, not a bad thing to be
With
doing.
the exception of when Barbados defeated Jamaica on Wednesday. You know, when they really stifled them in that last over. But it has been that case that the chasers have been more dominant.
Yeah, so as I said, the Leewards are in the field. And today set you're gonna get a chance to see young Skerritt. You've been wanting to see her for quite some time.
But the openers for Guyana, Jada Fraser, left-handed. In fact, she's a right-handed batter. And the other one is Aliyah Henry. So we are got to be seeing them. You mentioned about young Skerritt. She is the daughter of my good friend, Ricky Skerritt, former president of CWI. And she is just in her 3rd year of cricket and is among the leading batters so far in the tournament. But it's the first time she's wicket keeping. She has not been into it. But I guess in the dynamics of the Leeward Islands team, she finds herself there. As far as Guyana is concerned, they're led by Akila Stevens, the captain, and now we're seeing they're starting with the player Weeks Alia Weeks, who starts. Driven back up on the offside. First ball, a dot ball.
Interesting field placement set.
Yes, and young Fraser getting back onto it.
Is this a leg slip?
Well, they're trying to decide because now the leg slip has come into the position of slip, and you see young Skerritt is directing traffic there. The captain is Weeks, who is the bowler, so they have a slip. They have a third man, a fine third man. They have a fine leg on the boundary. Otherwise, it has been a back of the square, a point, a cover, short cover, mid-off. Down the leg side, the ball taking the high up on the bat. Skerritt is very quick behind the stumps, averting a single, potential single. And Guyana here at the bottom of the table in the cellar position, as we usually say in football. So they would need a win, convincing win, to feel good about themselves. The Leewards, though, they are on 5th position. They're joint 4th, I would say, with the Windwards. This week's a good delivery. Flirting at it outside the off stump, young Jada Fraser. No run. So the Windwards and the Leewards, they are, should I say at the bottom? Yes, they are at the bottom, and they're tied in that position. So a win for the Leewards here, if they do, would give them a shot at the 3rd and 4th place. For Guyana, this one is pulled away, the ball taken high up on the bat. They're coming through for a single, and they will get it rather quickly. So Guyana, they're on the way. They are off the mark. Fraser is off the mark from the 3rd ball, the 4th ball of this opening over from Weeks, and it's one without loss. But Guyana would need at least a moral boosting win, because whether they would play against the Leewards again for 5th place, or they would play against the Windwards, they would need a win to actually lift themselves up. Weeks comes in. This one is down the leg side, angling away to Alia Henry, the right-hander. So they get a wide. The score moves to 2. So those are the dynamics at the top of the table. Trinidad and Tobago winning all 4 matches, and now they're playing Barbados today. And that is really, to me, a preliminary or prelude to what would be the final. No other team can eclipse those two, TNT at the top and Barbados in 2nd. Jamaica, though, they lie in 3rd place, firmly in 3rd. So they would either play the Windwards, or the Windwards, barring a positive outcome today, they would play them for that 3rd place position. So I hope that has brought some perspective to you, and we're delighted to be bringing you the broadcast. Good over completed there by young Weeks. The ball played very well by Alia Henry. Dave Joseph, after 1 over, Guyana winning the toss and batting their 2 without loss.
Yeah, pretty steady start by the Leewards set in terms of the lines that they're bowling. Guyana's started pretty slowly too as well. So let's hope that they pick themselves up set, and I've been enticed with a nice game here today of cricket.
Yes, and what you saw was really an accurate over. We did see a wide coming from the over, but to fear to young Weeks, the ball did pitch about leg and then went further away. Means that she's getting some inward movement. Looks as though she has decent pace.
Yeah, well,
age.
We were talking about that the other day. So this is your first time seeing her, Seth?
Yes, it's my first time.
Good opportunity for her. I think she has a very good future in cricket for the young ladies here in terms of the West Indies. As I said, she has pretty good pace and she bats well too. So, and as a matter of fact, she's the captain of the Leeward. So
Leandra Warner is the new bowler. The Leewards have a barrage of medium fast bowlers. Weeks is from St. Kitts, from that beautiful island, we call it Sugar City, and she represents them well. And you see young Warner, Leandra Warner, also from St. Kitts. St. Kitts program being boosted by the Leeward's assistant coach himself, Percy Daniel. You'd have played with Percy, we'll talk about that later. This time it's a left armer, pulled away They will get at least 2.
It's only
The
going to be
ball
one.
has been pulled up close to the boundary. They're coming back for the second. The return comes in. It could have been a disaster because I am not quite sure what I'm seeing in terms of the running between the wicket, Dave. But nevertheless, what they say, what ends well is all well, but it may not be well for the rest of the match because there is a definite delay in running that second run.
Yeah, I don't think they actually made their minds pretty early they're going to go for 2.
Short delivery, hammered out to extra cover for
That's
4.
4.
Lovely shot. It stood up. The left armer coming into the left-handed bat. And we saw Fraser really getting herself into position and hammering that. No question asked. No question about that. That was a shot. An authentic off drive. Look at it. Delighted. And she just eased back the back foot and slapped it along the ground. She's looking good, Dave. It's 8 without loss.
Yeah, that shot was a classic. Looks pretty much like a Clayton Lambert. Brings back some memories when we played against him for the Leeward set.
No, maybe Clayton maybe saying something or helping along. I'm not quite sure where he's in terms of Guyana, the former Guyana. Yes, Clayton Lambert, belligerent and aggressive.
Yeah, that shot just offset. You can see it in her movements now at the crease. She has given her quite a bit of confidence.
Yes, she's on 7. She has had all of the score except the wide. Taps back to the bowl on the bounce. And even her stand tells you that she's someone to pay attention to. She crouches low. She's concentrating well because she has the rhythmic tapping of the bat while the ball is coming in. And then she goes into her stroke. Looks to have good trigger movement as well. Something that you see lacking sometimes even in the professional setup. She pulls at this one, that's 4.
4.
Through mid-wicket. So 1 on the off, 1 on the on. And Jada Fraser is lighting up our venue here at the LSC. Pitch top delivery, and she played across the line. Another trademark stroke, and the ball went all the way to mid-wicket. Dave, your thoughts?
Yeah, another good shot set. She's showing that she has shots on both sides of the field. And interestingly, you realize the outfield is real lightning fast today.
It is. A little rain.
Quicker than the other day that we were here.
A little rain came early in the morning. We have been having blistering sunlight here after a period of huge drought. This one is short outside the off stump.
Away again.
4. Another 4, the third off the over. 3 consecutive 4s. Is it? No. But at least 2 in a row. 1 at in the second delivery of the over, and 2 to end the over. Jada Fraser moves to 15, and the Guyanese will be proud of that shot. The Leewards made no adjustment in the field. Similar delivery as the first one that she hammered. Dave Joseph, excellent performance. It's 16 without loss after 2.
Yeah, I think Warner needs to pitch the ball up a bit more. Let's see what Fraser does. He's trying to play a different shot, but nevertheless, it was a great shot through the covers.
Yes,
by
14
Fraser.
runs coming off that over. So I guess we would see some tightening here from Alia Weeks, the right armer. She will be bowling to Henry, the right hander, and they are making some adjustment to the field. That's a wide. Second wide of the innings in the second over. The second wide from Alia Weeks. Second going to the total. We're in the third over of the innings. Looking more defensive on this occasion. Henry, the Alia Henry. Similarity in names, Dave, they spell differently. Weeks, Henry, once again, plays it at the same place, short cover. So we have seen Carbon copy aggressive strokes on the other end of the pitch, and carbon copy defensive strokes.
Yeah, it's quite noticeable said that Weeks has up her pace a bit.
She pulls out this time, does not deliver. Perhaps she didn't feel right at the point of delivery. Umpire Thompson allowing her to just remark. This one is worked now into the onside, but still no run on that occasion. Bourgeois, the young fielder there, the 17-year-old Sanjana Bourgeois of St. Kitts. She is at forward of square doing the fielding this time. Good intensity we see there as another ball played into the onside. So Weeks is stepping up the pace and also being very tight and accurate.
Yeah, quite noticeable, and
Pulling things together here.
she's pretty straight at the stumps too.
Right on stumps again, as Dave Joseph says. Played into the mid-on region, goes through the legs of one fielder, but
Backed up.
covered up nicely by the other.
Shot.
This time out to cover, but no run. A relatively good over from young Alia Weeks. The only run coming from that was a wide. So an excellent over. In fact, she has only conceded 3 runs in her 2 overs. 2 would have been wide. Guyana, after 3 overs, they're 17 without loss.
Yeah, Weeks has managed to be keeping it tight set. As I said, it's a very bright spot in the Leewards and for the West Indies. Young fast bowler. As I said, from the first over, she has actually picked her pace up. So all looking good so far. Guyana striding along. 17 without loss.
Here is the potential for development that I'm seeing. Young Weeks, she really looks good, and also young Warner looks good. Pulled away, diving effort. Bourgeois chases this one at mid-wicket, gets it, pulls it back, and 2 runs to Jada Fraser. Here is another talent, young Jada Fraser. High intensity player.
Yeah,
Always
she's
looking to score.
she's scoring rapid.
And she's looking to score. And Warner also has good pace. Left arm, I think. They're now making an adjustment to the field. Okay, so
Yeah, I think that's a good move.
yes, that
Yeah, Fraser looking to pull. Most of the deliveries, Warner not getting it up to the bat in terms of trying to get her on the front foot. So
they have brought the fielder out on the forward of square boundary, mid-wicket boundary, and they have also brought a fielder back at. Well, they could be in trouble here in terms of the circle, so they're making the adjustment. So just the third man and the mid-wicket on the boundary. Inside the circle
it's
is
long off on the boundary, long off mid wicket.
Oh,
Third man in the circle.
I was looking the other way as they made that adjustment. Oh, this is a good delivery. That one was short, had some pace on it, bounced. She was not in position for the shot. Nevertheless, her aggressive intent says go for it. She could almost have been in trouble.
I think they could actually bring up the mid offset into the circle and push back cover. That's where she scored both fours for that delivery.
So that gap.
Yeah, too.
Yes, she's not going down the ground.
Down the ground, she's going square and down the ground.
This time she turns the wrist nicely. This one is going out towards the boundary. It has been pulled back. They're coming back for the second. The return comes in, but she beats the return. In the end, good running between the wicket. All the runs off the bat have gone to Fraser. Fraser is on 18, and it is 20 without loss, and she is really mounting a good attack here for Guyana. Diminutive left-handed batter. Good delivery. Oh, good fielding as well. And we're seeing a combination. Good delivery, good shot, good fielding. That's what we want to see. So, young Jada Fraser. She's trying to keep the Leewards guessing because she's not showing at all any sign of letting up. She wants to score. This time she goes back. But the long off comes around, fields. She didn't get the single. That was struck deep. She wants to, I guess, have as much of the strike as possible. As many balls as possible. The more balls, the more runs, the more potential for runs. So we have now the third man inside the circle, fine leg inside the circle. Only the fielder follows square on the onside and the long off to just about 5 meters outside the circle. Will be in one saving position. This time she's beaten outside the off stump. She was looking to cut again and that one held its own. Good delivery from Warner. 4 overs have been completed. A much better over. Commendation to young Warner. 20 without loss. Fraser is on 18.
Yeah, good to see young Warner picking herself up set. And it's not easy to always come back when you're bowling bad deliveries, but it's nice to see her coming back set. Yeah, and John, the only thing I've seen set is that she's the only left arm seamer so far in the tournament that I've seen.
So we're having a bowling chain. Jackie Smitten is coming in. Our competent scorers are right on ball. And young Smitten is also from Sugar City. When you go to Sugar City, it's an island that has a territorial marriage with another island. So it is the sister island of Nevis, so St. Kitts and Nevis. And young Smitten, she is got to be bowling from this the southern end, right arm medium pace. So this one is being
looks like spin
down to third man. Well, she has the capacity to do
bowl medium pace, yeah.
Both medium pace and spin. And we have a few of the players who are like that. In fact, in one case, one of the players from the Leewards, she also bowled a leg spin and also off spin, young Bush Raj. So we have quite a lot of versatility. And in the local tournament, we have Kadeem Henry who bowls with both left and right arm. Bats both left and right.
Yeah, that's
crazy stuff.
That's good.
So
changing the field here again.
So let's see what Smitten does.
Yeah, that's definitely a good move.
Deliberate move to place the field on the mid-wicket boundary. Now they've brought in the extra cover.
Yeah, I would not have brought in that extra cover at all. I would have leave it
that's
right
where
there.
The boundaries coming. So let's look at the boundary field.
They could have another man out too.
Yes, they have that luxury. Smitten, this time it's pulled out to mid-wicket. Good fielding in the end, stops it. And only a single. Good return from the youngster. It's on the bounce. So what is happening here, Dave Joseph, is that at Coolidge, between Jamaica and the Windwards, we will just update you in terms of that score. Remember, that game starts an hour ahead of this game. So Jamaica have been bowled out for 82. This one is in the air. Oh, that's poor fielding. That one dropped just in front of the fielder. She was going around. She was not covering the ball. It could have been a catch. It ended up dropping in front of her and then going out to the boundary for 4. Dave, your thoughts?
Yeah, what we thought should have been an easy catch ended up going for 4 set. What I find is that quite a few of these fielders are not judging the balls well, especially when they're in the deep. So that's something that needs to be worked on.
Yes, and they're not
for the coaches. Yeah,
they're not committing to the ball because it's in the air. Your commitment is in the
yeah, it's going to take some time set for them. They're young, coming.
That's right.
Sometimes
But you just need a commitment.
Yeah, you need that sort of commitment to let us know that they're on the way there.
Delivery from Smitten, well played by Henry. Henry's on 5. She benefited from that 4. And young Smitten. Oh, she's getting good turn. Another dot delivery. That completes over number 5. It's 26 without North Guyana. So at Coolidge, Dave, just before you come in, the Jamaicans were bowled out for 82 by the Windwards. Again, only 2 players scoring double figures. It's Shani Ricketts, she got 23. And Ashanti Guthrie, she got 14. No one else got double figures. Extras 24. You spoke about the high percentage of extras. That's more than 25% of the total. For the Windward Islands, 4 wickets for 4 runs from Amy Antoine. What a performance there. She bowled just 2.3 overs and 2 wickets for the pacer Jada Tyrrell.
Yes, that as we pointed out earlier on, the extras has been averaging around 20-25.
So that's per game, man.
Per game, yeah.
Imagine.
So
Score would have been.
So collectively, we need to look at that and work on it and try to bring it down a bit.
Yes, I'm sure.
Whether it's going to be with the bowlers or the buys, whatever, the wide snowballs.
This one is played in the air, an opportunity for a catch taken and taken comfortably. And we have seen here Dave Joseph, the Leeward Islands getting that all-important wicket of Jada Fraser. Kerani Skeet, the division, taking that comfortable catch. In fact, Kerani Skeet, the bowler, getting that wicket. And that catch was comfortably taken out at the dawn, and you can see there.
That was Young Weeks who took the catch.
She has, she's the captain.
Yeah, captain.
She has positioned herself
opening bowler
in the most critical situation, and she took that catch with all ease and comfort. Guyana losing their first wicket at 26, partnership broken.
Yeah, I thought that was a very soft decision for Fraser. She was going great guns. So, tough luck to Fraser. She has to go.
Fraser, I think she knew what her plan was. And her plan was to be the aggressor. So she was in 2 minds, I believe. But here is the new batter, another left-hander, Brianna Samaru. One left-hander out, the other one in. Good delivery. She taps this one down. Really, I'm impressed with what I'm seeing so far in terms of Leeward Islands bowling. Kerani Skeet. Good replacement from that northern end. She had been asked to come and step in and take over from Liang Guyana. I was very impressed with the innings from young Fraser. Driven out towards cover, fielded on the bounce. So you're seeing a tightening up here by the Leewards, especially after the dismissal of Jada Fraser. Well, this one has been pulled off stump. An opportunity for a run out, but there is no one backing up at the bowler's end. And they were able to come through for that single. Got it successfully in the end, but there was an element of danger.
Yeah, looks like they had a terrible mix-up, but eventually they got through with it. And you were talking about tightening up, but could have been even tighter. It's a new batsman in. Leeward's captain need to be proactive and get fielders in close to, to cramp the new batsman.
Something of a leadership thought, Dave. You're a man who have led many teams, Antigua, Leeward Islands, West Indies on the 19. You may have to be going around to the region to do some leadership coaching, even at the sub-regional level, at the Leeward's level. That would help. I think the youngsters would welcome that opportunity, because oftentimes they may be taught other tactical aspect of the game and sometimes technical aspects of the game. Here is this one being played on the onside. No run taken, but oftentimes a person may be drawn into captaincy. I'm leading the team, and sometimes it may come down to just the thought that, okay, I do the toss, I set the field out there, but sometimes not taking into consideration the shift in dynamics of the game.
Yeah, that's true, Seth. You know, it's a
And we can
serious-
only help them because that's what they know.
Yeah, well, they'll do exactly what they know until somebody actually intervenes and, you know, give them different tools to use and to work with.
Here, well, the fielder from the cover boundary has been pulled off the boundary. Alia Henry faces. Good delivery beaten, and it goes through the wicket keeper. Will it go to the boundary for 4 byes?
Yes, it does.
And she was, well, they don't even realize that it has gone for 4. They're still running the second one hard. But the attempted elaborate pull shot, they have gotten the wicket keeper thinking
That
that
ball
is-
was struck
yes,
away.
The ball was struck away, and in the end, the ball keeping a bit low and going to the wicket keeper. So 4 extras, the score moves to 30. 1 for 1 after 6 overs. And Guyana, they're going relatively well, Dave, at just over 5 runs per over.
Yeah, that's a good one rate.
1 over to go for the power play. They will be at a place that they think they have done well, only losing 1 wicket.
Yeah, I think the power players finished here just now.
Well, you're right. I really missed
Yeah,
it. So.
and back on the note of captaincy set, I thought that the Trinidadian captain did pretty well. And
Young Ramnath.
and the Jamaican captain marshaled the troops pretty well.
Yes, young Ramnath
So-
knows the game like a...
You know, it shows that there's been coaching being done in some parts of the Caribbean in terms of leadership and this aspect of the cricket.
So we're now seeing some adjustment being made. Brianna Samaru will be facing, she's on 1. Smitten is back again. Oh, that's a short down the leg side. Ooh, into the wicket keeper. Did it connect with the bat? Keeper seems to be tough, young Skerritt. And the ball was hammered into her midriff area, but she took it well. I thought with that one so wide it may have been going down to the boundary for 4. Smitten has this nice interesting crouch before she comes up and tosses
It's
it
a
up.
big shot.
Pulled away for 4. That one raced to the boundary. What a shot from Henry. That was played with disdain. She really picked it well, Dave. Look at it. It was tossed up.
Yeah, that was a great shot. That's
Wow.
I think anybody will be proud of that shot.
Yes.
Whether it be a man or a woman, whatever.
Whether you're in the T20 arena
Or not.
from a franchise or you're in a junior league like CWI Rising Star. What a shot. She moves to 9.
Yeah, I think this is another aspect of the captaincy set. The angles is something that they need to work on. Ooh, badly missed.
So, no. So, here is Smitten. Smitten crouches. Interesting action. Comes up. Tosses the ball. Down the leg side. How is that? The ball coming from the body almost trickled back onto the stumps, Dave Joseph. She wasn't guarding the stump. But fortunately, Brianna Samaru is still there. Stop. She gets away with that, Dave.
Yeah, that was a
short, and that
was what you call a long
long
hop.
Although it didn't bounce as high, it should have
Yeah.
really been piercing the offside.
Luckily for her, she didn't get struck away for 4.
Better delivery.
Better delivery now.
Strain a little bit down the leg side. Umpire Thompson just allows it to go through. The over comes to an end. It's the end of over number 7. It's 37 for 1, and they continue to score about 5 runs per over.
Yeah, well, 5 per over set is not a bad way to go at. Hoping you don't lose too many wickets, and then you could set yourself up for the onslaught in the latter part of the overs.
This one is pulled, but not fielded cleanly by the fielder coming around short back of the square, but good cleanup work. In the end, we see the player running around with some vigor. Oricia Lewis, the young Anguillan, the only Anguillan in the team, showing that she has the presence of mind to cover the fielder, because when that ball was played, it looked as though it was heading for 4.
Well fielded in the mid-wicket region by young Warner.
Yes. I did it. So Dave, the dynamics of the Leeward Islands team often poses a challenge. When I say that, we breakers.
Shot.
Good shot.
That's a good shot.
But lovely fielding, one-handed stop that we have seen.
And a good return to set. Powerful.
Powerful, that's a strong and powerful return from Karen Ski. What a thing that I saw there. She just grabbed that ball and fired it back in. Now she comes into a short cover position, so they have made an adjustment there. New bowler is Konya Descent. This is what the 4th seamer we have seen, wide outside the off stump.
Set here is where we looking at again in terms of captaincy and leadership. I think Descent might be better off bowling from this end.
That's right.
And the spinner from the other
She
end.
has decent pace.
Yeah, but the spinner now will be hitting into the wind.
That's right.
So
Some of the
little technical aspects.
This one is hit down the
Struck
ground
firmly.
in the air. Will the catch be taken? And yes, it is taken by Weeks. Captain Weeks, she takes it and she goes over. Wicket number 2 goes down for the Guyanese. It is now 41 for 2, Dave. Brianna Samaru looking to play over the top, but couldn't really cover the fielder. And the Leewards must be feeling a bit more comfortable getting their second wicket. This wicket only producing 15 runs. This partnership for the second wicket.
Yeah, as we were talking about, setting the Guyanese looking to set themselves up for the back end. They've lost a wicket. Beautiful catch taken by Weeks.
Well,
I thought that was going to go over her head just now, but she had it under control set. Good judgment. Something we spoke about.
She's very composed.
Able to judge the ball well. Yeah, she is. She's organized. She has her game under control.
So Guyana won the toss this morning, and they decided, hey, we're brave, we're going to bat. And I thought when they decided to bat, I was looking at perhaps a score. I would be suggesting that they want to target a score above 120. So I was saying something about 130 may be good. The Leewards, in trying to chase 206 against Barbados, lost by 90 runs. So you look at their par chase is around just under 120. When they won here in their opening encounter, they scored 92. This one is beats her and it beats the keeper. But good backing up on the part of Oricia Lewis. Anguilla player. I would want to say good morning to my friends in Anguilla, especially Patsy. Patsy, I have heard you. You sent me 2 nice WhatsApps. And we're looking forward to good things coming out of Anguilla as usual. And her husband, Mr. Watley, the entire Anguilla community. Say good morning also to the St. Kitts and Nevis community, the Montserrat community, the Antigua Barbuda community. That completes the Leewards. No, you have to go down to the Virgin Islands and also the both British and US Virgin Islands and also the French territories, St. Martin and St. Eustatia Sabre. Where else, Dave? So the entire Leewards. And then good morning to listeners in South America, the wonderful country of Guyana. place, a lot of rich natural resources and heritage. Wonderful people. So I just want to say, I can't call all the names, but good morning to you. And if you're outside of these territories and you're following the live stream, we're delighted that you're in. So someone is saying good morning all. We say good morning to you. One listener is saying, Dave, 180 plus would be good. That would be really, I don't even think some of the T20 teams in the franchises would be scoring that.
180.
80.
Yeah, that's a tall ask.
Someone is saying 110 on the 110. So
Yeah, that sounds more realistic, set under 110.
someone is saying 100 may be good, but some of the cuneiform inscriptions I can't read on the chat, because just last night my nephew who plays for Serbia, he's an internationally married, he lives in Serbia. We were speaking about the cuneiform coded language. We see some of it on the chat, and that is something that you see a lot in Asia. She's given smitten strikes while we were talking about the cuneiform language. Ali Henry goes. Guyana losing their third wicket with the score on 43. And this is a marked decline, Dave, from 41 for 2, 43 for 3. She tossed that one nicely, yes. And she was trying to hit across the line, and the ball struck her on the pads in front of middle stump. And umpire Thompson had no difficulty, Guyana though losing wicket number 3. And the Leewards here sensing an opportunity to go through the Guyana middle order.
Yeah, most definitely set. Smitten has actually kept the stumps in play for quite some time now, and that's going to be very good to do. Most of these batters, as I said, the easiest shot for them to play are the cross-batted shots, the pulls and the cuts, and they're playing it, out from the back foot. So once they miss, you're going to have a chance once you're keeping the stumps in play.
Well, in comes Sarah Bear. And Sarah, one of the few regular names of old that you'd find when you're doing broadcasts of young people. So mother chose that biblical name Sarah. And some of the other names give us challenges. Look at this. She comes forward first ball, looks good. Looks as though she's well away. One of our listeners also suggests that a score of 90 may well be the target. And Ian is saying that is more realistic, and another one saying on the 90. I am not going to give you a prediction. Good fielding coming off the boundary from the young fielder who runs off very nicely. Boucherage. And the Leeward's trying to tighten the screws here. Smitten crouches. An interesting action. Oh, drives at that.
Why?
The umpire. That was a little tight, I thought. But who am I? I'm not exactly behind the umpire. We're at the 9th over this one. She pushes that one a little bit in the air, wants to be defiant because she recognized the over comes to an end, but just my comment, Dave, at 45 for 3. She recognized that there were 2 players deep in the onside, one at mid-wicket and one at backward of square. She didn't want to take the chance, so she was cautious. The end of the day, they have declined a bit, but still, they're going at 5 runs per over, Dave.
Yeah, 5 runs per over, as I said, that has been the mark they've been traveling at for some time. 5 and just above.
So it's also good to see in the audience here, I call it the audience, among the parents, Ricky Skerritt, watching his daughter doing duties. In fact, she's amongst the top batters, up to the 4th round in terms of runs. Consistency is important, because you'd have had one batter scoring 100 so far in this tournament, Ebony Brathwaite of Barbados. Here is Beer coming forward, but they're not looking to get a single. A bit of misfeeling here. Dave in the offside. What are you doing at on the 90 now? Are you saying back up and look for the single, or are you waiting to see what the fielders do?
Yeah, well, you should do set back up and look to get as much runs as possible. But if you realize that's probably the better feelers for the Leeward Islands, they're not going to take that chance. Pulled
Down
away.
the leg side, pulled away, no opportunity for a run. Young Skerritt seems to be fleet-footed. She's behind the stumps, and that one was swept around, and she attempted to get there once she does not injure herself.
Yeah, what I like about her is that she has that glove off in a flash.
Yes. And
Yeah, all the time you see her getting that glove off in a flash, looking to get that ball in her hand and look to throw down the stumps.
in fact, in the first over, a ball was played to short back of the screen. She was already around there to avoid a single. Here is this one. Short,
Pulled
away. 4-6, one bounce.
One bounce.
Into the boundary. Good shot by Beer. Beer looks to be a pugnacious player. She moves to 5 from 5. The score moves to 49 for 3. It was a bit short, Dave. Pound into the pitch. But it was hammered
Away.
away to mid-wicket. So the pounding didn't beat the hammer. And they are searching for the ball in the covers on the western side of the LSC. Would they find the ball, or they found it in the end? It's also good to see other parents. We have seen that with the Barbadians and the Trinidadians culturally follow their children at age group level, and that really boosts the morale of the individual player. Also, what you see is shirt replicas. By these, you can almost say who is supporting who, or who is the parent of which player you see.
Ooh, well taken down the leg side by Young Skerritt. Nice to see Young Skerritt skipping across, taking that delivery.
Oh, down the leg side, but it was pretty close to that leg stump, Dave Joseph. That one was decent pace by Young Descent.
Yeah, it was not far. Obviously, it wasn't called a wide, so it could not have been very far from that leg stump.
She has gotten 2 wickets. She has gotten what? 2 for 9. She's just at the end of her third over. And those 2 catches went to Weeks at mid-on, so it's clear she's bowling straight outside the off stump. Oh, wide signal. Skerritt getting the gloves off rather quickly after that ball came from the glove and went back. So Guyana starting the chant. They've gotten to 50 after that wide. That wide brings up the 50. So they've stayed within that range.
Yeah, it's interesting, watching.
Not quite sure what the chant is about.
Not quite sure, but they have a lot of vibes. These young ladies, I can tell you that much.
Yes, it's a motivational feature for sure. Beer faces, drives that. The ball goes into the onside. I got the impression she was trying to pull it straighter, but in the end, the ball did not go in the position that she expects. No run. The score remains at 50 for 3. Guyana winning the toss this morning and deciding to bat. Well, so we have been back as Smitten comes in, tossing up nicely. And the new batter, Guyana Leash, plays the ball out. Smitten has done remarkably well. Only 14 runs coming from her 3 overs, 3.1 overs. We hope that you're hearing the Live and Louder network as clearly as you can. They're coming back for the second. Smitten was unable to stop it. A strong and powerful return coming in from Weeks. And they have gotten 1 run. So I see here in our audience the president of the Liberta Sports Club, Kenny Benjamin, the former West Indian fast bowler. I'm seeing also the former Barbados on the 19 captain, Hugo. This one is pulled out towards the boundary area. 2 players in pursuit. 1 picks up. They will not come back for the second. The return comes in. Hugo, a unique man, led the Barbados on the 19 team and also led the West Indies on the 19 team. But at that time, he was playing for Barbados. He was schooled there in college in Barbados, but then went on to play for the Leewards and the Combined Islands. Also went on to play some English county. One of the left-armers. Also, Kadeem Phillip is there. He's one of the groundsmen, but a former Leeward Islands player. And you see more persons there.
Shot.
Good stop, good shot, good delivery. So we're looking at projection. Somebody's saying 100. So I'm going to say that I think I'm going to make that prediction when they get to 15 overs. To be safe. I'm looking at the pitch. I would have to analyze the bowling that will come after. I must say, Dave, I'm impressed with the Leeward Islands bowling in general. You know, it's tight. They have had relatively good pace apart from, you know, we see Smitten in with her spinning delivery. We have not seen any teams with that much, you know, medium fast bowlers, and they have represented themselves well. Smitten this time, strained down the leg side, the only bowler who has been given the opportunity to bowl through. How do you see it? You say you usually mix it up.
Yeah, well, sometimes you, as I said, from a leadership standpoint or position, you've got to, assess the situation set and see what's happening. Maybe they're backing themselves that they have enough bowlers in their repertoire that they can always come back and continue to do well in the bowling department. See a young Weeks urging her to speed it up.
Yes, I guess.
She does not want to be penalized for the overrate.
Well, we have seen that.
In quite a bit.
The last 2 matches, they have been penalized towards the end. The last power play, this one is pulled to mid-wicket, but no run. So she completes her stint here, her spell. 1 for 17 from her 4 overs. They're going at just about 4.25 runs per over. Not bad at all from young Smith.
Not bad at all. 4 runs per over. Everybody will be happy with that. At least in T20 cricket.
Yes. So 53 for 3. They are now below 5 runs per over. Lots of cricket happening around, apart from at Coolidge. The CPL is taking place also. Australia against Bangladesh. That's another interesting development. Australia under pressure at home. That is a rare occurrence. Had a green top to start and decided let Bangladesh bowl at us. The Bangladeshis had other things in mind. Here is the return. Oh, lovely shot.
Yeah.
What a shot. She was driving and that one really flew off the outer half of the bat and went down to backward of square for 4. I think the intent was to go over cover, Dave. But good pace, we must say, from Warner.
That came straight from the middle of the bat. Open face, though.
That's right, and the lower half. The
good shot, excellent stuff.
But that was also good pace from Warner. Warner, before this, had none for 17 from her 2 overs prior to this. This is in her 3rd. And she really was running up with more pace. So now they have pushed back the point on the boundary. They also have the player just forward of the square leg umpire on the boundary. Warner down the leg side this time. Skerritt having to stop, wide signal by the umpire. Would you have gone back for Warner, being the more expensive of the bowlers, when you had the other three seamers being tight?
Well, obviously they're saving the other seamers for the death set. You're trying to get Warner through. Hopefully she can get it right. But if they were having a look, or they're having a look at the Guyanese batters, they're looking for mainly the big shot set.
She's coming from over. This time steers nicely by Beer. Gets a single. No challenge at all for the fielder coming off of the boundary, because she was in the right position.
Yeah.
Just a single.
I'm not sure if Warner has, as I said, that sort of stuff in her repertoire, but I would rather see her bowling from around the wicket now, cramping the batsman.
Yes. Moving it away, especially from that end. Oh, that's a beauty.
Yeah.
That one may have pitched about.
Yeah, using the breeze and getting the ball to, stay closer to the batsman.
Yes.
They look to be playing pretty well when the ball is given width.
Leach couldn't do much. It was really a good delivery on it. Kiana Leach wanted to drive through the offside, but in her attempt, she was already beaten. Warner stepping up in pace by a notch in this spell. Strongly built. Leach comes forward and plays with more respect. Good footwork by Warner, showing that she has some footballing skills.
I'll tell you, she has good presence of mindset, Warner. She knows what's going on with her and what's going wrong. If you look at the start of her run-up, just pay attention to see what she does.
And she followed through well to her bowling.
Notice where she put her arms before she starts.
At short mid-wicket and did that. She's up and... Oh, that's another good delivery. That is hitting her high up on the pad. Warner would have good support, good instructions, because her coach, Shafter Watley, is also a left-arm bowler. So the Leeward's coach would definitely have some input in terms of her approach. So good to see these young fast bowlers coming out of St. Kitts. Pitched up, trying to play across the line, loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Warner had a mixed over, but showed that she has the presence of mind and the pace. In that over, she conceded 7 runs. The score is now 59 for 3. 59 for 3 after 12. It would be interesting to see where the Guyana team go from here, Dave Joseph.
Yes, I think if these two batters really get it going, it's going to be something to look at. They're striking the ball pretty well, Seth, whenever they do.
So the Leewards now, 8 overs remaining. Alia Weeks is back. She has had 2 overs just for 3 runs. She's back now from the northern end. She started from the southern end.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
And she's sending out the fine leg. She already has the 3rd man out. She has a mid-wicket. She's pushing, she's bringing in the mid-wicket, which I think is smart, given her very straight approach.
No,
but
I don't
she's sending back the mid-wicket.
Yeah, I
and
think
then
that's
bringing
the
in the
best
backward
bet,
of square, yes. She already has the fine leg, so yes, no need for this field.
Yeah, I think the pull shot is one of the most productive shots so far for the day.
She comes in. Good delivery.
Well fielded. Excellent stuff.
fielding.
Excellent stuff.
We're seeing this.
Is that Smitten?
Yes, throwing her body on the ground and ensuring that she avoids a single at wide 3rd man. She's at backward point. There is also a cover mid-off. And Weeks. Oh, she's bowled! She's bowled! This one held its own and rocked back the off stump and the middle stump. St. Kitts must be proud of this young lady, the captain of the Leewards on the 19 team. She gets her first wicket for only 3 runs in her 3rd over. Rocking back Guyana, 59 for 4. And this is the delivery. In fact, pitched outside off and came back. Rocking back the top of off and the top of middle. What a delivery, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, excellent stuff. I was just about to say she needs to keep the stumps in place, set just before that delivery, but she rightfully did so.
Yes, she has always kept it tight, always attacking the wicket, always straight. She may vary in length, but her line has been real consistent here, and she has proven. In fact, you said it to me, I think on Monday, that I need to see Weeks. And although she's not built as strong as some of the other fast bowlers we have seen in the tournament, she's really special.
Yeah, but it's being slim set doesn't mean he doesn't have the power. Your good friend Kurt Lamb is not well built, but he's very strong.
Well, but I'm going to tell you a story that may get me into problems. When Curtly came on the scene, you know, I heard there were some debates as to whether he would last or not. He does not look strong enough, because some people are looking strong, looking strength for muscles.
Yeah.
You know, they saw the lean guy when Curtly came around. There was a debate of whether he's strong enough or not. I'm not going to tell you where the debate was coming from, but I would say that much. But Curtly has proven years after that he was strong enough. And I believe if you give him a ball, even now at 60, how much you have, 63, I think he would still hold his line.
Yeah, I will back him to do that set. He's very consistent with whatever he does.
Here is Weeks.
Well bowled.
That's another good one. Leash, who has been joined by Akil Stevens. They would need to put a partnership together, Dave. It's 60 for 4. Since we had that opening partnership of 26, and after that opening partnership of 26, the partnerships have diminished. Oh,
Shot.
This one cut away. Will it beat Warner? Warner is chasing and chases well. Picks it up with the left hand, sends the return in, but they will beat the return. The ball goes under bounce to Skerritt, and Guyana getting 2 runs there. So it has been a good effort here. Leeward Islands. Really playing well. Guyana. Started well. Oh,
wow.
That one was a short one, and she pulled at that. Ooh, and it took the top edge. It flew past Zaina Skerritt, the wicket keeper.
Said that was a serious delivery.
Yes, and I'm concerned that Skerritt will be keeping up to a delivery like that. That
No,
was
she wasn't really up, but luckily for her, she has a helmet on, I think, because you could have a look at that delivery again. That one really took off.
It's real.
Banged into the pitch.
She actually pulled away and went past the wicket keeper and then threw. Oh, by a little bit of fielding, and she realizes that it should have been
four byes.
Should not have gone. That was Cleanna Joseph. Allow the ball to.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the Leewards handle their bowlers from here on, set.
Joseph. Oh yes. So. So Warner is back.
Ooh.
Is this a new approach by the Leewards? The last 2 deliveries have been shorter.
Yeah, short and short.
Second time we have seen, only the second short delivery we have seen from the Leewards.
Yeah, but I
pacers.
think that the Guyanese batters play that pull shot very well. So I'm trying to figure out why would they want to bowl short.
Well,
I mean,
these
Weeks
two
has
have
pace.
Warner as well can work it up. So she saw the last one from Weeks. Short again and pulled away for 4. You just spoke about it, and I asked the question: is it the new Polloy?
No, I want to think they need to look to bowl full. We haven't seen any balls being struck straight down the ground.
That's right.
You
In
need to
fact,
look
the
to go
two
full.
We saw were wickets.
Yeah.
You know, they
didn't get too far.
That's right.
On target.
So they're making some adjustment. The mid-wicket remains. The cover remain on the boundary. There is a... Ooh, that's a no ball. That one went real high. And it was to the right. they would
So we're
also
gonna
come
have a
through
free
4
hit,
runs.
you know?
So free hit, and they've gotten 2 no balls from that because that one went past and went for a bye as well. So the score is 70 for 4. And let's see what they do with the free hit. One has been expensive, none for 27. She's in her 4th over. But expensive in the context of the game. She's the only bowler who is going at over 7. But she has looked good. Driven out to mid-off, Weeks fields, and there is no run. So Dave, we've seen some potential here for the Leeward Islands to work on. We've seen some good potential in terms of batting for the Guyanese to work on. But we have seen it in bits and pieces. We have not seen the measure of consistency in the batting. That one was wide outside the off stump, not called by the umpire.
Yes, that I think the young players and the coaching staff, as you say, quite a bit of work to be done. As I said, I'd rather see Warner bowling around the wicket or even bringing her from this end set, giving her a few from this end. She started from that end.
Pulled away, getting a quick single.
Into mid wicket.
So you're speaking about the ends, and I think she'll be aided also with the wind direction with her, and that delivery that tends to go away from the right hander would help her. So after that opening stand between Jada Fraser, who scored 19, and Alia Henry, who scored 13, it has been not very good going. Samaru got 1, and we have seen now Beer and Leach trying to really pull things together. So Guyana. Beer went. So it's Leach and Stevens who are really trying to pull things together for the Guyanese. Out at Coolidge to overcomes to an end 73 for 4. So Dave, they are doing well. They're just once again over 5 runs per over. But as we just take a little look, of course, at Coolidge, we mentioned that Jamaica, they were bowled out for 82. The Windward Islands, they're 19 for 2. But from 7.4 overs, they're going at under 3 runs per over. Even though they require just over 4, I think that is a bit below the tad. 19 for 2. And you're in the 8th over.
Yeah, well, once you keep losing wickets set, that's going to be the case.
So we're going to see a bowling change here, it looks like. Well, in fact, Weeks would have completed her spell, did she?
I think she has 1 more.
She has 1 more. Warner, though. Leandra Warner has completed a spell, none for 29 from her 4 overs. But Sanjana Bujraj is the one who is going to pick up the bowling attack, and she is a right armer. She can bowl leg spin. She can also bowl off spin, so it would be interesting. So we're seeing the spinner for the 2nd time coming into the attack. So, well, are we having a mini water break here? Because we're seeing the Leeward's players, umpire Thompson.
Yeah, the physio is down there, said something is going on with the wicket keeper, getting something adjusted or
she's been
taped up.
having a challenge because
Or fingers.
Yes, her fingers. And she has taken some hard knocks because at times when the ball is straight, she's up to it and she has to go to her right, she has to go to her left. Sometimes the pace changes. And she has saved some runs for the Leewards. I know there was 1 4-by that went through her, but I've seen a ball being pulled around and she was able to put body and hand in play, at least on 2 occasions. So wicket keeping is an unthankful job.
Yes.
The question for me, I wonder how would that affect her batting, but perhaps she's very strong mentally.
Yeah, well, she need to be set. And cricket is a tough game. You need to be tough and strong all the time.
I could tell you the challenge with well, she doesn't have to bowl, so She can wicket keep and rest, and then
Now she's going to be
do
opening
her
the batting.
batting
That's what
later.
She does in the teams. She's
So
the
after
open bat for the
after
Leewards.
fielding for 20 overs, then she opens the batting. And there are men who question that. There's some men who are open batters and they put themselves down in the order because they're wicket keeping. So it's good to see a young lady would have that mental acumen, that mental toughness. Huh? Yeah, yes, but she hope goes down the order. At his time. So it's an interesting contest here. Outside the off stump, Skerritt
Wide.
takes wide signal, first delivery. So when we speak about Zeta Skerritt, she is number 2 in the batting so far. Ebony Brathwaite is at the top with 152, but 135 came in one knock. And young Zeta Skerritt, she's on 95 in terms of runs, second in the Tyrrell from the Windward Islands. She's on 71 weeks. The medium fast bowler here, she is 4th.
Oh, well fielded.
She is 4th in the.
Set. Ball being struck back firmly to her.
Yes, and she shows the presence of mind, the courage, and the tenacity. So we are seeing good
Good cricket.
cricket here, all-round cricket. Bourgeois. This one hit in the air. She's on the verge of her first wicket. She gets her first wicket. The one being played by Leash.
Caught by Weeks again.
Yeah, and Captain Ali Weeks, who places herself at that critical mid-on position, takes her 3rd catch. And Bourgeois getting her first wicket in her first over. Delivering in style. That one was an off spinner. And she was trying to pull it over. But Weeks having catch number 3. Bourgeois having wicket number 5 for the Leewards, but her first of the innings. And Guyana, they are trying to push the run rate up. At the same time, they're losing wickets. Dave, we're in the 15th over. The question for you, do you see them rolling past the 100?
Yeah, it's still on the card set. I think the Leewards might have gotten a wicket with the last over that Weeks bowl. But for me, I would have left Weeks with 2 overs, for the death, rather than bringing her for that one and then saving one. So I'd rather seen Bourgeois coming in before, as they try to get your lesser bowlers in, and let's hope that they go well for you.
Well, the good thing she's bowling.
Just got
The
no
batter
wicket
going
though.
across the breeze, down the leg side, wide signaled. This is an important game, both for Guyana and also for the Leeward Islands. The reason why we say that is that tomorrow will be the playoffs or the placement matches. This one is wide again. So she's having some challenge with her direction, her accuracy.
Yeah, I think she just needs to try to, get a bit closer to the stump set and get her bowling arm up a bit, a little bit higher.
Yes. And those things will be worked out, I guess,
Yeah, as you
by
go
the
along.
coaches
Yeah.
as you go along. This one
Wide
is
again.
intended as a leg break. I think when you have that capacity to bowl both leg and off spin, sometimes in your mind, you have to decide which one you're going with at a particular time. Sometimes it may be a situational proposition. Sometimes you're tempted to try too many things in one over.
Yeah, so she's having a little chat with her captain there. Maybe set she can go around the wicket, which will cut down the angle a bit in terms
Well,
of ball being
certainly.
going wide.
Because going around the wicket, she can push
Get
it
a bit
across the
closer,
right-hander,
a bit closer to the right hander.
and she can angle in it.
Oh, well bowled. Good
this one
comeback.
is better. They're coming through for a single. Oh, a bit of misfeel on the part of Weeks. And they got that in the end. So we were speaking earlier, Dave, in terms of the permutations that are above us. Trinidad and Tobago, 4 wins from 4 matches. And they will go into today's game against Barbados. Barbados, second place on 14 points, and they're all 4 matches. Jamaica, third place on 8 points. Pulled away, a good shot. Oh, Weeks dives! What an attempt! She didn't catch it, but it didn't get away from her.
Wow.
An amazing effort by this young lady. Just that she didn't hurt herself, but she flung herself to the right.
And she says thumbs up, she's fine.
That would have been a magnificent catch. What a player. It was pulled away. And look at this. She flung herself to the right. She didn't come up with it, but wow. That would have been the catch of the tournament.
Yeah. Good feeling set. As I said, it's always good to see fielders throwing their bodies around in the field. And for young ladies, that's good.
She's a wholehearted cricketer. They're coming to a single. She realizes that it is on. She underarms the return. She was not happy that the bowler did not get back. The over comes to an end. It is 80 for 5 after 15 overs. Guyana going at a rate of a tad above 5. They would have been happy that Fraser and Henry got things kicking, because they were the ones who really added 26 runs, but after that they lost wickets regularly. And now it's up to Stephen and Mans to really push them over the 100 mark, push them in a more competitive position.
Something's going on out in the middle. Physio being called on.
Not quite sure why, so the physio has been called on for the second time.
Is this a young bowler who just bowled? Looks like that.
Bourgeois?
Yeah, it looks so, yeah.
Not quite sure. She may have a cramp. It's a very hot day. Yes, she's asking for some attention to her right foot.
Yeah,
so it could
hamstring looking like, yeah.
It's very humid. The sun is scorching down. In fact, yesterday I was looking at the timing of the rest day. That was looked almost providential, because yesterday was declared not only a potential heat wave day, but also a one in which the dust situation here, because of the Sahara dust by the weather. The meteorologists at the Spain Center here, they were advising that much activities do not take place yesterday. And thankfully the ladies were not here, were not playing, so she's just getting a bit of massage. So let's just look at the standings. As we were saying, Trinidad and Tobago, 4 matches, 4 wins, 16 points. Barbados, 4 matches, 3 wins, and 14 points. The reason why is that they had to actually, they had a game that was rained out or no result game. Jamaica, 4 matches, 2 wins, 2 losses, 8 points. So both Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago undefeated, except that Barbados had to share. The Windward Islands, who are playing now against Guyana, 4 matches, 1 win, 3 defeats. They're on 4 points. The Leeward Islands, 4 matches, 1 win, 3 defeats. They are also on 4 points. And Guyana, 4 matches, 3 losses. They have not won any, but they also had a no result game due to rain. So Guyana would need to at least put themselves on the card, not just from the 2 points that they gained from the no results. If they beat the Leewards then would end up in the cellar. Or they could beat the Leewards, and if the Windwards are beaten, the Windwards and the Leewards could end in the cellar. They're on 4th and 5th. So there is much to play for here. If, however, the Windward Islands beat Jamaica and the Leewards go down here, the Windwards will play Jamaica for that 3rd place match. The Leewards and Guyana would play again for the 5th place situation. But if the Leewards win, the Windwards lose, the Leewards would be contesting that 3rd place match. So you're not missing cricket. The reality is that young Bourgeois has a cramp, it looks like. Yes, she just the back of her right leg. She's trying to get that foot together or that calf area. It doesn't look like a hamstring, which is good, but she seems to be happy to stay out there. And our physio, the Leeward Islands physio, she's happy. Seems happy with proceedings. So it's good. She will continue. And 5 overs remaining, Dave Joseph. If they were to score at a run per ball, we're looking at 110. So one of our viewers may be accurate when they say about 110.
Yeah, well,
The one who say 100 could still be in with something if there is some exceptional bowling.
looks
at
like
the depth.
right around that ballpark figure.
So it's Weeks, who has 1 for 9 from 3 overs. She's going to come in with her final over number 16 of the Guyana innings. Remember, Guyana won the toss this morning and decided to bat. Weeks. A good delivery. Played back on the onside to a mid-on. The mid-wicket fielder comes across the field and they didn't attempt a single.
Yeah, as I said earlier on, said they're looking to go for the big shots, not even looking for the ones and, drop and runs, that kind of stuff. It's lots of big shots we see being attempted.
Played aerially.
Down to
the
long
same
on.
position, but having time now for the single with the long on fielder coming off, or at least midway from the boundary. So man moves to 3, scoring at a decent rate of 5.23, and I believe they would need at least 6 runs per over to add pressure. That's what Barbados did the other day. They were able to add put some pressure on Jamaica.
Ooh.
This time she's trying to pull across the line, and in the end, the bat was through the ball, then hit the outer half of the bat. So Weeks continue to be tight. Driven out to mid-off. Warner fields, stutters a bit on fielding. Stephen gets a single. Stevens is on 6 and man on 3. 82 for 5, Guyana. If you're in Georgetown or if you're in Berbice, tell us about some of the places, Dave, you'd like to say hi to the people of Guyana.
Ooh.
Out caught. Weeks taking her 2nd wicket and her 4th catch of the innings. That one was just lobbed back to her by Daniel Manns. Wicket number 6 goes down for Guyana. It is 82 for 6, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, Weeks again showing her versatility. She has managed to take 4 catches so far and has gotten, how many wickets he said, sir?
2.
2 wickets so far, yeah. And she's bowling from both ends.
Yes.
She could, coming up the hill, she's
Confident.
she's
versatile. She's
versatile,
assessing the
yeah.
team's situation. And it would be interesting to see how this ends. Only 2 runs off the over so far. 1 delivery remaining to complete her spell. Could be a telling spell here. This one is played back to her. And it's the end of the over, at the end of her spell. She has 2 for 11 from her 4 overs. You can see her approach. She comes in. That was her bowl and caught. The other 3 catches were at mid-on. And she was able to provide support to her team. Support to Descent, who also had 2 for 10 or has 2 for 10 at this stage. So Weeks completing it. Guyana 82 for 6. And Dave Joseph with 4 overs remaining. Any thoughts?
Yeah, having a look at what's going to happen for the Leewards, I don't know. It seems like the Leewards have bowled out their better bowler set. So it's going to be something for us to look at. Not sure who's going to do the bulk of the bowling in the back end here for them, but they've bowled out their better bowlers. So let's see who's going to finish up for them.
So
4 overs to go.
Bourgeois, Pitched nicely. Oh, wrapped on the pad. Not out, says the umpire. I believe it was going down leg, but it was well pitched up. She's getting the radar right. It's not easy not to have excuse for her. When you're coming from this and the wind is very strong, and your action, she's not coming side on, Dave. At times you mentioned she would tighten up the action later over time.
Yeah, she slightly round arm.
Precisely. So that also affects it, and then the move up. This one is pulled away, but there is support out
in
at
the
back
backward
to the
square.
And only a single. And Stephen perhaps thought that she should have hammered that more, but Sonia Booker, and the new batter, will come in to face her second delivery. Boucherage, good delivery outside the off stump. She plays it well, but there's a cover fielder and no run. Wrapped on the pad, she's given good delivery. That one was straight, and I think she was deceived because she was always getting the loop, and this one came straight through, and she pushed it through well, right on the pad, right in front of middle. She was looking to hit, came across, and that was a good decision by umpire Thompson. Bushra gets her second wicket, 2 for 8. Somebody is saying 96 looks good. Somebody
90.
saying 100 looks good. Somebody saying 110 is still on. Tell us, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, as I said, that delivery was delivered pretty adjacent and a bit flatter set. So which caught Booker straight in front, stumps.
So the new batter, Atalia Simmons. You have a lot of Simmons around. You played around with Phil Simmons, against Phil Simmons. That's a Simmons from Trinidad. We also had Lendl Simmons. You also have Ramon Simmons. Those Simmons are out of Trinidad and Barbados. So now we have Atalia Simmons coming out of Guyana. Wonderful country. And she's strong. Look, strongly built. She drives at that. Positive intent, Dave. She's not going to sit around and allow the spinner to come through. Dead ball signal by the umpire. I'm not quite sure what was the issue there. So a match referee, Bernard Joseph, may be able to help us about that dead ball call, because it was ball. She swung at it. Then umpire Thompson signaled dead ball. This one is on stumps again. She's on song. Bushra allows the ball to go to the field at mid-off. And there is no run, Dave. Kieran Skeet, the field at mid-off, fielded well. This one is on the stumps, going down leg definitely. She did herald the appeal. It was indeed a good over. Excellent over from Boucherage. She has 2 for 8, Dave, getting a wicket in each over. Guyana declining, 83 for 7, and as you look at it, it's Fraser with her 19, Henry with her 13, and Bear with 11. Those are the ones who scored double figures. 2 wickets each for Weeks, Descent, and Bushra. The Leeward Islands tightening the screws here on the Guyana team. With 3 overs remaining, 120 looks quite a distant. 110 looks dicey. The big question is, will they get 100?
Yeah, well, it will be left to see. Set. But as I said, Leewards are actually tightening the screws.
Well,
Young Bushra just picking up a wicket in each over that she bowled.
Sequenia Dascent is coming back, and she would have had 2 for 10 from her 3 overs. Outstanding figures from these Leeward Islands fast bowlers, or bowlers in general. Pulled away. Good
Fielded
feeling
by
by
Warner.
Warner. Warner looks quite robust and quite ever present. Bit of the St. Kitts players, they have benefited from an initiative from Percy Daniel, and then from the St. Kitts Cricket Association, going out and getting players doing some talent scouting through the schools and getting them into the system. A single taken, the throw comes in, beats the stump. Good backing up in the deep. And then that talent recruitment program, now they brought into a system. And now you look at the Leeward team, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the players on field from St. Kitts, and they are doing well. They are counting well for themselves. Nevis would have had Karanich Skeet in the mix here. Anguilla would have had Auricia Lewis. Not a good delivery here from Descent. Descent also out of St. Kitts. So from St. Kitts, Captain Weeks. Skerritt, the wicket keeper, Zara Skerritt. Also Smitten, really made an impression with the ball. Boujraj, also from St. Kitts. Descent from St. Kitts, who comes in. Wide delivery, signaled by the umpire. And Warner, also coming out of St. Kitts. So quite a mixed team here. So it's good to see at least someone putting up their hand to deliver.
Yeah, kudos must be given to the St. Kitts Cricket Association and my good friend Percy Daniel.
Yes, Percy has always
went out
been
and
around.
put in the hard work. And as I said, it's been showing on field out here.
Outside the off stump, another wide by Descent. Sort of losing her radar. 2 successive wides after conceding only 1 run from her first 3 deliveries.
Yeah, she'd have to, get her lines right again. Try to, aim at the stumps, keep the stumps in play.
Ball. No appeal for LBW, is it?
It went on
Ball.
the stumps.
That's was the first impression, but she looked at the umpire.
Yeah, he struck
and
the pad
appealed.
first and then went on to the stumps.
So 3 wickets for young Sequania Descent. 3 for 13 so far, and she has 2 deliveries to complete her quota. Very good delivery. Wow. Into the pad and then ricocheting onto the stumps. And Ian is really fiddling with things. He's saying 90 still looks good. 90 sound. So some of our listeners, Dave, some were bidding high, but those who are looking at the 110 and would say that is maybe out of play. Those who looked at the 100 may say that looks a little bit distant because it's 2 wickets to go, but we never know. But even 100 would be important for Guyana. This one is outside the off stump, another wide. I think she's trying too hard, Dave. She perhaps want the Guyanese to get to 100.
Yeah, well, she'll have to try hard. Try to get it right as much as possible. She has actually delivered like 3 wides so far in this over.
Yes, 3 wides in the over.
1, 2, 3, yeah, 3 wides.
But she has had a wicket. She has had 2 dot balls.
Yeah, so on target, she needs to get.
This one is hit in the air. Will the catch? Oh, not in the right position. That should have been taken. And in the end, we see an opportunity for a recovery. That ball was played in the air. Yes, it really would have been 86 for 9. Fortunately, she got away with it. So 1 delivery remaining for this over. This over going for 3 extras in terms of wide. This one is full. Struck in the air. Will she take it? Oh, she drops her ball and caught. Opportunity. And at the end of the over, 89 for 8. Something is elusive about this 9th wicket, Dave.
Yeah, well, they're holding on set. I think young Descent has managed to finish over. Quite a
Yes,
few
3
wides.
for 16 though. Good returns from her 4 overs.
Yep.
It could have really been 3 for 10 or 4 for 10.
Yeah.
Well, so we're having some consideration here. Warner had the ball, but Warner has already bowled out. So the captain had come into play, recognizing it, perhaps along with umpire Thompson. So Warner would be happy that her 4 would have been completed. Warner would have been the most expensive of the Leeward's bowlers, but Bujraj comes into bowl and she has done relatively well. 2 wickets.
2 more overs.
Yes, but there are 2 overs remaining, so we would only get 1 from her. And Stevens, the one who will face 2 players on the boundary on the onside. One is on the offside, sweeping. This time she's ball. Bujraj getting wicket number 3. 3 for 8. The ball was on the stumps and she was trying to swing Dave across the line. No movement of the feet. And off she goes. Let's look at it. Concentrating. Ooh. Off stump struck. Off bail went. And at the same time, we see it was certainly Dave. Not the best shot.
Yeah, not the best shots, but I think you'll have to say well bowled by Bujraj. She has actually kept the stumps in play, having delivered quite a few wides earlier on and a couple overs before. So she has got away there right now.
3 for 8.
So she has been on target set.
And Stevens walks out. And in comes Shinesa Thomas. So this will be the last pair. Jackson is on 2. Thomas is yet to face. 89 for 9. Someone is saying 90. It's still looking dicey. It's only 1 to go for 90. But Bujraj would like to come out with a 4-4 here. She would like to join at the top of the ladder. Is it on the pad? It may have. Yes, we thought that the person who was suggesting that, the viewer who was suggesting 90 was a bit mean in terms of thought that, hey, after that start. Yeah, 180 is definitely, I think, in CPL. 110 is not bad. 120 was not bad based on the start. But now 100 would be welcome for Guyana. Bujraj bowling this one into the body. No, it's going down the leg. But you can hear the enthusiasm, Dave.
Yeah, the players are all excited.
So we spoke about the wickets and we spoke about the batting. Sorry, we spoke about the point standing. But the most wickets are Samara Ramnath for Trinidad and Tobago. She's on 15 wickets. Bujraj trying to get her 4th of the innings. And Harry Charan is on 9, also of Trinidad and Tobago. From the Windwards, Antoine is on 8. Tyrrell also from the Windwards on 7. Small from the Windwards on 6. So it's all Windwards. But by the end of the day, you reckon that the Leewards would pull ahead by the end of this game. When I say the Leewards, bowlers like Weeks. Bujraj will get it. No, she will not get the 4th. The 90th run comes up. So the one who predicted 90 may be saying, Bujraj, keep it tight and take the wicket. 1 delivery remaining in over number 19. Bujraj has 3 for 9. She will complete her 3rd over and she will be bowling to Jackson, who is on 2. Thomas just got off the mark in the previous delivery. 90 could still be a challenging score. Here is Bujraj. Oh, she's beaten outside the off stump. It goes to the wicket keeper, so they pass 90. Will they come back for the second? They're coming back for the second. The throw is in, but it was not a good throw, so Skerritt had to walk back to pick it up. The over comes to an end. A good spell from young Bujraj, getting 3 for 9. And the score here, Guyana 92 for 9. Dave Joseph, 1 over remaining. Are you seeing the 100 possible?
No, I don't think so at all. Somebody also said 100 and below. So that's more
they're
like
on
it.
the ball.
Yeah, they're
100 and
very
below.
close. Yeah.
90. 92. Can it be a winning total?
Yeah, somehow set these games have a way of coming down real tight. Whatever scores have been set.
So who is bowling the final over here? In fact, we're having
Number 17.
Karenique Skeet will be bowling the final over. She did not bowl throughout the game. The division comes in, driven back to the bowler. Very good bowling to start. Right arm medium. She's a left-handed batter. Karenique would like to take the last wicket. You'd feel better bowling out a team than to say 95 for 9.
Yeah, much better.
95 all out. Oh, driven, lovely shot. Between backward point and cover, good bit of fielding from the fielder running around. Looks like Inca Wilson. And there is the single, takes the score up to 93 for 9. Didn't pick it up cleanly. So
3 deliveries
Thomas
to
moves.
go.
Yes. Thomas
3 legal deliveries, that's it.
is on 2. Jackson moves to 3. Skeet has conceded just 2 runs in her 3 deliveries. She has 3 more deliveries. This time she's driven back to the bowler, who allows it to go to mid-on, and they did not run. They're uncertain. They only have a wicket to play with.
Well, they'll want to get as much runs as possible set, so another single to the total will be good. 95.
She does not deliver, adding to the tension here. Skeet. This one played on the bounce, chance for a run out. Oh, Skerritt
no.
fumbles the ball. And they come through for a single. It is 95 for 9. I would say 95 would have been good runs. But they are on 95. They have an opportunity to get more. In the innings so far, Dave, we have had 25 extras.
Yeah, it's right on that ballpark most games.
8 byes, 2 leg byes, 14 wides.
Average per game.
1 no ball, but 14
Extras,
wides would ring a
25.
bell.
And then by the Leewards, bowling attack. And then by the Leewards, bowling attack. Everybody was thinking that 90 runs was going to be a good target. But it's just 97, so the Leewards will have to chase down 97. I think they bowled pretty well, though, Seth. Apart
Yes.
from the 2 extra overs in terms of wides. You know, other than that, I think they bowled pretty well.
Yes.
And as you said, the wides and the extras, they'll have to look at that, their coaches along with them.
Yes, as we said, for the Guyanese, Jada Fraser had 19, Alia Henry 13, Sarah Bay had 11. Those were really the ones, apart from extras, top scoring with 25. But the wicket takers for the Leewards, Sequenia Descent having 3 for 16, Sanjana Bujraj 3 for 9. They were at the top of the card, but Alia Weeks, the captain, she also bowled remarkably well. 2 for 11 from her 4 overs, and she took 4 catches in the innings. So the Leewards, when we return, will be chasing 98 for victory.
Yeah, well, welcome back here to Liberta Sports Complex. We're about to see the resumption of play. Leeward is looking to chase down 98 for victory. So it's going to be Young Skerritt, the opener. Young Skerritt, and the other opener for Leewards. Well, Young Skerritt will be taking first strike. And she's actually second in the aggregates in terms of run scoring. So she'll be looking to press on with her, personal, tallies and scores.
Good afternoon, Dave.
Good afternoon, Seth.
Yes, Skerritt is being accompanied by Inca Wilson of Antigua Barbuda. But we're on the way with runs. You can ill afford extras. And now we have seen the ball going through the wicketkeeper. Wide signal by the umpire. So Zara Skerritt, as Dave mentioned, the top scorer, the second leading scorer in the aggregates for the tournament. 97 runs. She also has the highest individual score of 37, not out. The highest individual score, Ebony Brathwaite of Barbados, who also is the player. Her 135 catapulted her to 154 runs so far in the tournament. Wilson looks good. First ball up. Inca Wilson getting the ball in the middle of the bat. 2 without loss. And the opening bowler, Shanisha Thomas. How do you think Guyana would approach this defensively, Dave?
Yeah, well, what I do know, Seth, is that
and she's bowled behind her back.
through her legs, actually.
Wilson, really, an atrocious shot. The ball was angling to her leg and she was going across, literally brought 2 feet inside the line, trying to sweep, swinging at this one. Let's look at it. And then the bail's been dislodged. The Leeward Islands in early problems here. Inca Wilson going without scoring. It is 2 for 1.
Yeah, well, Seth, they'll have to look to play some better cricket shots. I haven't seen Skerritt batted. She looks the part, so hopefully they can pull themselves out. They've started pretty poorly in terms of that shot that we have seen there, Seth.
Yes.
Not a good cricketing shot at all.
Not a good shot, especially you're chasing 98. So you must be saying you got 2 runs already or 2 wides as a team. And then here is an opportunity for you. You're under no pressure whatsoever. But then you come out and you play a shot like that. So the question is being asked. Did she follow the plan or did she just get carried away?
Yeah, as I've been saying all along, said the pull shots and the cut shots are going to be the easiest shots for them to play at this stage. But
So
we'd like to see them looking to play some more front foot shots, coming onto their front foot and driving and that kind of stuff. Straight drive off, drive on drives.
So Jacasia Smitten is the one who replaces Wilson. And Shanisha Thomas comes in. Smart bowling, but she just comes forward and plays it with a dead bat. When you say a dead bat, she was even playing it into the ground. So I mentioned earlier. Oh, well bowled. She kind of comes from a round arm trajectory, brings the ball around with her. And it's interesting, her action, but she's right on target. Smith looks to be a smart batter. She's not going to go aerial. She's wrapped on the pad. That one is going down leg. I have no problem with that shot because it's going towards leg and she wants to maximize the scoring opportunity.
Yeah, but sometimes, Seth, you've got to be very careful that, especially when the ball is new. Top edge could come into play here, leading edge, top edge.
Final delivery of the first over. Smitten comes forward.
Yeah, that's a better shot.
And no run there. Good over from Young Thomas.
Yeah, good over to start by Young Thomas. Wicket over. She got a very early wicket. Bold, which shows that she's on target. Keeping the stumps in play, that's a good thing to do at all times.
So it is now required one rate of just over 5 runs per over. Skerritt, the leading scorer for the Leewards. I think victory and defeat. She stands between victory and defeat. Because if we're looking at the scorers, only Weeks is close behind her in terms of runs scored for the Leewards. That's the Leeward Islands captain. She's got to play a critical role, the wicketkeeper batter. Just 17 years old. Oh, she drives. Steers that one with elegance. And she's got to get 2 because there is some hesitation here. The return comes in, but Dave, you can see that she has her angles right.
Well, I totally said I've watched it before, so I'll allow you to have a look.
Well, it's my first look.
Yeah, and tell me what you think. But in my view, she looks organized in terms of her batting.
Wow.
Her wicket keeping needs a little bit of work, but batting looks pretty organized.
Very delicate. Down the leg side from Jackson. Wide signal by umpire Shekels. Her wicket keeping, my understanding, she just really was perhaps drawn into the role, but had not done that prior. And her cricket, she started, 3 years ago? She started as a 14-year-old. And now could be seen a West Indies on the 19th selection here. This time she goes cutting at that, taking on the edge, gets a single. And Zahra Skerritt, she looks as though she likes to score. She wants to score quickly, not being rash. But you can see the intent here. 6 for 1, she moves to 3.
Well, you should have that sort of urgency about your set in the power play. Looking to get on with it and actually to run the quick singles and that kind of thing. Well, singles are going to be important here. Rotating of the strike.
Gets a wide one out. Ooh, outside the awesome. Looked as though it hopped on 2 occasions, but umpire Shekels is closer to the action than I am.
Yeah, credit to the wicket keeper. She had everything behind of that delivery set, ensuring that it didn't go past her.
That guy in the wicket keeper is Akila Stevens. She's also the vice captain of the team, number 63. Stands akimbo and she goes down. Positions herself well. Many wicket keepers these days sometimes don't. That left foot is adjacent. Oh, good delivery. She's beat by that one. Good delivery from Christina Jackson. And well taken once again by Stevens. She places her left foot to the right hand, to the off stump. You sense that is always your best position. She goes down low, even though it's a medium fast bowler. She stays down and she gets up at the point of delivery. She's technically positioned and technically correct in movements. And that is something that we have been looking at from all of the wicket keepers in the Caribbean. Sometimes we get a little whack when we look at Josh Da Silva. We may point out a few issues. We may see a little bit in terms of some of the other wicket keepers whom we have dissected during the professional league. And sometimes that is missing. This one is short and pulled away. Oh, wow, she got a hand to that. That one was blasted to square leg, and they should have gotten the second run. But somehow they hesitated, but it was struck firmly. And what a save in the end by the fielder at short square leg. I didn't quite get the fielder there, but that was special.
Yeah, it was struck firmly and good save. She actually saved 3 runs there.
In fact, it is Zeta Fraser. Wow. So Guyana here need to pull a few tricks out of the bag. They have gotten one. And Now we're seeing Thomas's back. With the new round arm, flicked away nicely by Smitten. Gets one. Good bit of football work by the fielder coming around. So it is 8-1. Guyana women won the toss this morning, decided to bat. They only posted 97. So the Leeward Islands need another 90 runs for victory. Driven by Skerritt, and they're uncertain as to what to do, whether they will come for the one or not. Skerritt was charging down. Smitten was uncertain in the end.
What is clear though, Seth, we're hearing the communication from here.
Yes.
So Skerritt rightfully send Smitten back.
This time she comes forward. She's looking solid. She brings the front foot forward. Everything is in line and she plays the ball back. She realized that the burden of the batting lies on her shoulder. Oh, that one was wide by Thomas. That one definitely strayed down the leg side. Thomas has one for 4. She's in her second over, the third over of the innings. Garrett is on 3 and Smith on 2. Leeward's lost their first wicket with the score on 2. And those first 2 runs were wides. Ooh, that one beat her comprehensively. What they have to be careful with is that with a round arm move, she's keeping the ball on stumps. It looks as though it's down the leg side, but she's bringing it from leg, bringing the stump into play.
Yeah, I was about to say that young Thomas is not very quick, but she's pretty accurate. She's pretty steady.
She's also flat. The ball keeps low. Not just her height, but the trajectory of the delivery. Does not bounce.
Shot.
Oh, this time she
Shot.
plays it. A classy shot. Will it go to the boundary? No. They're coming back for the second. A very strong return from Fraser. But she gets in. Class shot, Dave.
Yeah. Excellent stuff by young Skerritt.
11-1 after 3 overs. The Leewards chasing 98 for victory here at the Liberty Sports Club.
Yeah, it's nice to see the Guyanese players moving around quickly, getting into position. Guess they don't want to be penalized for that slow over rate, so they're hustling around. Start of the new over, well played by Smitten. She seemingly set, not looking to push the ball around or work it around. She seemed to be looking for that big shot, Smitten.
Well, I'm not quite sure what the instruction is, but I think rotation will be the key. Oh, she flat bats that. But
Well fielded by the bowler.
Jackson is really following through well. When we look at what is happening at Coolidge, it is an interesting situation. The Windward Islands, they are 70 for 9. They need 13 runs, but only 1 wicket standing. Down the leg side, and those are the ones they're missing. It's wide. The star Jada Tyrrell got 40, and she has been the leading light for the Windwards. In fact, no other batter has gotten double figures. She has got 40 of the 70 runs.
Wow.
Tyrrell for the Windwards, one of the outstanding all-rounders of the tournament. Samara Ramnat of Trinidad and Tobago has been the leading one with 15 wickets and still doing well with the bat. Another wide delivered by Jackson. So the Windward Islands here could well find themselves, well, let's not predict anything. What we can tell you, the reality, 1 over after this at Coolidge for them to get 13 runs. In fact, 7 balls to get 13 runs. So we'll tell you the outcome later. Why the context? A victory for them could determine their placement and what happens in their next game. Oh, lovely shot from Smitten, backward of square for 4. This is a shot of class, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, definitely a shot of class. As I said to you, she was, the way she sets up, looks like she's actually looking for the big shots, not looking to get 1s and 2s at all. So, good shot played by Smitten, pulled away to the mid-wicket region for 4. Firmly struck too. So we've seen a change of feeling here for the Guyanese. So Jackson will continue to Smitten. Wide again delivered by Jackson outside the off stump. So Leeward's 18 for 1. This is the 4th over. Another wide delivered by Jackson outside the off stump.
How much is the crowd impact important, Dave, in games like these when you're out here? In this ground, you can actually hear the spectators saying, leave that. You can hear the roars. How much does that contribute to what you do outside in the middle?
Yeah, well, it does contribute a lot. I think today is pretty quiet day. When the Chindaddens are here, you're hearing the horns and yes, the Bajans with the horns and that kind of stuff. So it's much more louder. I think it helps the players. Sometimes it gives them that level of encouragement, they have somebody supporting them. So that level of encouragement and support and cheering on is very good for the young ladies.
Interestingly, Dave, how that shot was played, because it looked as though the ball was onto her. She waited on it. And when she flicked it, it went between her legs out to backward of square.
Yeah, so it's obvious that she's
waiting on it,
playing it way late. Yeah, which means the front foot is a long way forward, and the ball, and then she allows the ball to come all the way down into her crease. Then she flicks. Swept away by Skerritt.
Dave?
That's another aspect we got to look at set for the young ladies too. In terms of their running past the wickets, in terms of not looking to get back for two.
Yes.
So it poses a bit of problem when they decide to come for 2, which means there will be a longer distance to travel.
Oh, Smitten is beaten on that occasion, Dave. The over comes to an end. It's 21 for 1 after 4 overs. What we see here is a partnership developing, the partnership of 19 runs so far. And that is critical because, as we mentioned, when Guyana batted, they posted, 26 runs for the first wicket. And the Leewards would recognize that they need a partnership. They need to do it at the top if they're going to do it. And now also the run rate comes below 5. So
yeah, partnerships are important set. When you can, establish partnerships and then even building them, letting them go and go. It's going to be important for you as a team. Two batters get stuck, fielding teams normally go flat, and then you can manage to get on top of them even more.
Daniel Mann, a new bowler, comes into the attack. But that last over, I think 4 wides in that over means that the bowler would have had to bowl 10 deliveries.
Yeah, that can be tough on them, Seth. Young man's are starting on target, Seth. Started on target, very good start, 2 deliveries. Bang on target, just on about the off some, they're about just outside, spinning away.
Yes,
Well played by Skerritt. Yes, she definitely is on target.
But Skerritt is equal to the task, doesn't seem to be flustered. Seem to be trying to set up the game with Smitten. Bowl him! She's bowled! Playing across the line. Somehow wanted to get big runs. The field was set for that because there were 3 fielders on the boundary. Sorry, 2 fielders on the boundary on the onside. Yet she was trying to swing across the line. Look at it. The ball kept a bit low. And Skerritt is bowled, and the Leeward Islands in a spot of body here, 21 for 2. And this is within the power play in the 5th over. Dave Joseph.
Yes, that you can say a lot of things. I've been saying that the pull and the cuts are the easier shots for these young players to play, but each player has different, needs. I'm seeing here that Skerritt plays the ball better when she plays it up in front and plays it straight. Rather than the pull shot, I think the last inning she played here, she was bowled just like that too, off a short ball. Trying to pull, missed it totally, which I think that the keeping an eye on the ball is going to be difficult when you look to pull. Ball's coming from straight and then the head goes, then you tend to miss it very easily.
So how do you get them out of that mold? That is something that you can speak about.
Yeah, this is a case of you got to keep your eyes on the ball for a longer period. You've got to make sure you watch it until you make contact. So it's going to take some time, for them to get accustomed to these things. Rather than you just seeing the ball being shot and then attempting to pull. You've got to watch it all the way.
So the point that we made earlier about young Smith, she was watching the ball even right onto the bat, playing it late. That is what you may need to do, especially when the pitches are keeping a bit low.
Yeah, you'll definitely need to keep your eyes on it. Whatever is happening, you've got to keep your eye on that ball, that little white cherry that's coming at you.
So the news from Coolidge, the Windwards have been dismissed for 70. Oh, that's a good one.
That one spun, Seth.
It left her. Good leg spinner from Daniel Mann. Daniel Mann really bowling well here. And taking a wicket without a run being conceded. A maiden wicket for her. And the Leeward Islands at the end of over number 5, 21 for 2. They would need another 77 runs if they're going to come out victors, because the Windwards, they have lost by 12 runs after they scored 82.
Wow. Yeah, tough luck to the Leewards. Or Windwards, sorry. Yeah, you were asking me how would Guyanese approach this one in terms of defending their 97 set. But Guyanese normally have that level of spin in their repertoire, and Leewards are normally suspect to spin. So we're seeing it playing out at this point.
Sorry, Kiana Leach, that's the new bowler coming in from the northern end, and they're making some adjustment to the field. They're enforcing the onside boundaries, the long on and the mid wicket on the boundary. Then there's a fold of square on the onside and a short back of the square also on the on. Down the leg side, Swinton trying to sweep.
Yeah, there's a huge gap set up straight at mid wicket, wide mid on. So Smith will be advised to try to step forward and stroke the ball down the ground and take one, or maybe push for two.
Well, she has her captain with her in Alia Weeks. Wide again. Down the leg side, the ball pitching and going away. So the comfort of her captain with her. She can dictate terms. She needs no more permission from anyone else.
Well, based on the field that Leach has employed, that she'll be advised to bowl a bit more on the off stump. If Smitten gets hold of any of these deliveries that have been pitched short, and with that pull shot, he's going to scurry across the ground for 4.
This time, Smithens works it into the onside. They're not attempting the run. I don't want them to be ridiculous in taking runs, but I'm also concerned that often they're not pushing themselves to
take that single.
Precisely. Weeks comes into this match with 69 runs so far in the championship. She's 4th in the batting. Smitten comes forward. So she has 69 runs before this. In terms of the 3rd place, Zeta Skerritt, who was just dismissed, 101 run. Jada Tyrrell of the Windwards, after scoring 40 today, is on 103. And at the top of the leaderboard is Brathwaite from Barbados, Ebony Brathwaite, on 152. To complete the top 5, Morgan of Jamaica on 64. So Weeks can spend some time, take her team to victory, and in the meantime can eclipse Skerritt and Tyrrell. She may have something to prove. Down the leg side, pulled away in the air, bounces 1, bounces twice, goes towards the rope. Good bit of fielding, pulling this one back by the fielder, running back in man, sending the return into wicket keeper Stevens, and 2 runs for Smitten. Those runs take the Leewards up to 24 for 2 at the end of the power play. Leewards 24 for 2, Dave.
Yes, at the 24 for 2. They have lost 2 wickets too, so will be a job will needed to be done. And it's not going to be an easy job with young man's bowling. She has bowled her first over. Pretty accurate set.
Yes.
So it's going to be a handful for the Leewards batters.
At the end of the power play, the Guyanese, they were 25 for 4 without loss. In fact, 26 for 1. So just a 2-run difference and 1 wicket down. 14 overs remaining. So they need 74 runs for maybe 4 deliveries. Short, and she sweeps. They will get 1 at least. And these very short deliveries, they don't have the pace for the ball really to get up. Earlier in this week, we saw a few bowling, particularly from the Barbadian captain, with off spinning, the ball bouncing and bouncing real high, both varying the pace.
Yeah, she's a much taller character than these young ones here, these smaller ones they set, so you'll expect that from her.
Man,
swept away again.
They must go for the 2. They must go for the 2. And they stood up. It's amazing here.
You need to get that communication going set, and yes, it has to be loud. So
Smitten was halfway down, and Weeks, the captain, just stayed on her bat. From that distance, the ball going down to backward square. Well, they're doing the right thing now. They're coming down and they're having a mid-pitch conference. But I think, Dave, those things are fundamental to the game. It not being hard on the youngsters, but the ball being played, swept down to backward square, the fielder running from deep, going around. They completed 1 before she got onto the ball, and there was 1 player running while the other was standing. Unacceptable stuff. This time they come through for the single because the ball has been played out to long on.
Yeah, well, as this is said again, it's work in progress for these young ladies. These things they'll iron them out as they go along. The more
they will be ironed out.
The more they play, the better they'll get at it.
Sometimes I'm looking at senior players not looking for the second, not wanting the first one hard. So if I'm seeing that, and I have to wonder now, when would that be worked out? I'm hoping that these young ladies don't get into that rut, or I'm hoping that it's not a tink in the arm of coaching or something that has been overlooked, or something on behalf of the players. We speak about the one tip outer man, the one tip and go that you learn early in the streets.
Yeah.
Wow, it seems as though Smitten doesn't have a clue, because this ball from Man is dropping and it's leaving her. She's not committing on the front foot. She's waiting to watch the turn. By the time she raises the bat, the ball is through to the wicket keeper. Man again. This time,
that's an easy single.
Just came forward into the onside. No short mid wicket, no short mid on. They come through for the single, and they look as though they're settling now. It's 28 for 2 after 7.
Yes, so it's nice to see them running singles. I say sometimes we don't see them, looking to doing that, even in senior cricket, as you said. Rotating the strike, taking the ones, taking the twos, where it's possible. But one thing I can tell you, I believe that the young ladies will sort it out at some point set. They're very aggressive.
They're eager.
They're eager and aggressive and willing to learn. So I believe they'll sort it out.
And some have started the game recently. Some have been there for a while. One will learn from the other.
Yep.
You would mention that there were players whom you learned from. You looked at the McChesney Simon. You looked at the Ralston Otto. When you were in a web because of spin, you went back
Enoch Lewis, that kind of stuff.
Lewis, you went back to your coach, Taddy Arundel. You got it right. This one is being swept. Trouble here. Run out opportunity here. Oh, and it's
Bad
missed
miss
by the Guyanese. Again, they need to work it out. Smitten was sweeping, and Weeks ran all the way up halfway through. The ball went, and it was not a tough one for Sheena Thomas, who was there. Her return to the non-strikers end was okay, but the bowler did not pick it up. Here is Smitten coming forward to Leash. Yeah,
as I said to you earlier on, judgment is going to be a serious thing, whether it's going to be catching in the field or running between the wickets, being able to judge a single. That's going to be an important thing, very important aspect in terms of batting and cricket on a whole.
Coming forward solidly is Smitten to Leash. But we're seeing a contrast now between what happened yesterday with the Jamaicans. They were just flippant. They were just running all over. As though they were, it was just the polar opposite of this. On this occasion, they're super cautious. Batters.
What I'll tell you, Seth, when your physical fitness will allow you to do quite a few different things. And that's one of the aspects, again, Leewards need to work on their fitness level.
Leash outside the off stump. Delivery number 4. She's doing well, Leash here. Tightening up things. 3-dot ball, 4-dot ball so far in this over. Another dot.
Yeah, she will need to try to get a single at least. Get her captain on strike. You don't want to be soaking up too many balls. Young Smitten. Well played, well swept away.
Well done.
For 1.
That's a single. Question also about the confidence level of the batting. I think after Skerritt went, perhaps the expectation was not there of that wicket. There seems to have been a dip in confidence in the approach. It's 29 for 2 after 8.
Yeah, I think they don't want to, lose any more quick wickets at this point set. I think Young Weeks is a competent batter, and once they can keep rotating the strike, they'll be in a good place. And as I say, you establish a partnership and keep building it.
So another 69 runs needed. 72 balls. It's getting close. Runs to balls. So the new bowler is Booker. Sawana Booker. Down the leg side. Not signaled by the umpire.
Yeah, what you're seeing, Seth, Smitten has been soaking up quite a bit of balls. You need to get a single, get a captain on strike, and then keep rotating.
That's a commanding shot. Wasn't overhit, wasn't hit to the boundary. She was down early for the sweep. Directed it well forward of the square leg umpire. Gets a single.
Yeah, not a bad little shot by Smitten. At least you're trying to pick the gaps. Or for the spaces swept away by Weeks.
The more aggressive Weeks. Well, they did not attempt a second one, Dave. That one was swept in the deep. The fielder had to run from her position just to the right of the square leg umpire on the boundary. About 15 meters around, 10 meters around.
Yeah, well, as I said to you, fitness is going to be the key. You've got to push that first one fast set. Get into your crease and then get out again for the second one.
This time she goes in the air, into the boundary for 4. Well struck.
Smitten, good shot. She plays that shot very well, set. Young Smitten.
She moves to 17. She's leading the charge. It was there for the asking. And Booker going on the pad. Booker bowling in a similar style as we saw from Man, but different in where she delivers the ball. It provides just a little bit more bounce. Down leg again, a wide signal by the umpire.
Come back from Booker. Straight onto the stumps on that occasion. This one is also straight again onto the stump.
Two for the single. This is what we're looking for, Dave.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
Just hold the risk into the mid-on region. Takes off for the single. Gets it comfortably to end the over 137 for 2. Just needing another, 61 runs for victory from 11 overs.
It's not going to be easy going set, especially if the Leewards lose another wicket or 2. So these two will need to bat and bat for a very long period.
Yes, this partnership is going to be critical. At this stage, the Guyanese were 35 for 3. So Leeward's a bit ahead. They're making some adjustment to the field, so that's why the bowler is not delivering. Fielder has been brought into the short third man position to join the backward point inside the circle, the extra cover inside the circle, the mid-off inside the circle. On the offside there is also the sweeper on the cover boundary. And then there is a fielder backward of square on the boundary, and there is one at wide fine leg just outside the circle, not fully to the boundary, but there is also a long on just about 3 meters away from the boundary. That's down the leg side. She had a mighty heave at it, with wide signal by the umpire.
Set as I said, if you can't get the boundaries, you'll have to look to at least push it somewhere and take a 1 or 2. They've got lots of open spaces in the field.
That's right, and she has also need to look out for the trap with the deep backward of square on the boundary. And then the fielder just outside the circle, she's not fully there. The Guyanese may have spotted something, the inclination to go for the sweep, and play it aerially.
Yeah, that could also result in a top edge, so this fielder is actually well poised to take a catch once it's not played with good control.
Good delivery from Jackson. That one was right up, Dave, and right on stumps.
Yeah, young Jackson on target.
So there is just a 4-point gap or 4-run gap between balls and runs. 60 runs required from 64 deliveries.
Yeah, Leeward will want to see Weeks and strike a bit more. She's pretty capable, so she can work the ball around. Doesn't have to do any extravagance. That just work it around for ones and twos. Bad balls, you put them away.
Well, you're correct. She's the second best batter by the statistics so far this season. She's second to Zeta Skerritt, who has gotten over 100 runs. She has gotten 69 coming into this innings. So it's important. I think as many of the deliveries she can face would be critical to a positive outcome for the Leewards. And you can only do that by rotating the strike, because we're just about, 2 deliveries away from the break, from the refreshment break. So they will have an opportunity. They don't want to lose a wicket in the next 2 deliveries. They want to have an opportunity to reason out things here at the break. An easy single there for Smitten. And brings Weeks on strike. Weeks would bear in mind that there is just 1 delivery to go before the break, and she would want to stay around. This over has been a good one for Guyana. Christina Jackson only conceding 2 runs, 1 a wide and 1 off the bat. 4 dot balls so far. Can she end it with another dot? Oh, that's a wide. So she has to try again. The score goes to 40.
Jackson looking to complete her over. She's taking her time, making sure she's well ready and set to come into bowl. Wow, another wide.
That one looked a bit tight to me, Dave.
Yeah, it's seemingly pretty tight.
The Leewards won't mind. It's 41 for 2. 3rd wide of the over. She's spoiling it a bit because only 1 run, as I mentioned, would have been scored from her 4 legal deliveries. In fact, from her 5 legal deliveries, 4 dot balls, but the 3 wides in the over, giving the Leewards at least 4 runs off the over. Potential to score more. Final delivery before pulled away, out caught, dropped. It was a one-handed attempt, and it really did not stick on that occasion, as we usually say, Dave. So 5 runs coming off the over after 10. It is 42 for 2. But that was a big effort from Rikisha Kurs. So 42 for 2, Dave. We will have a break and then we will return thereafter. So we are back here, and after 10 overs, you would know it, 42 for 2. It suggests that the Leewards need another 56 runs from 60 balls. It's not going to be easy. Swept around nicely. They have gotten one. They're not pushing for the second. They seem to be comfortable with that. Shanesa Thomas has been bowling well. 1 for 7, and this is the start of her third over. Jackezia Smitten, the one who has been doing the bulk of the scoring for the Leeward. She's on 19, faces up, and this one is down the leg side, and she was looking to come through for the single. Although Weeks was already running down, she recognized she could not continue, so wide signal by the umpire. Leewards here being aided and abetted by significant wide. 54 runs needed from 59 deliveries. Just about a run ball situation here. Once again being swept around. They need 2 from this. This is going close to the boundary, and they're coming back for the second. That will ease some of the tension here. So the ploy is clear by the Guyanese. Bowl on the pads. Bowl on the pads, and they're doing that. But the Leeward Islands have been countering that by some good sweeping by both Smitten and her captain, Weeks. Bowl him! She gets the wicket. Thomas gets the wicket of Smitten for 21. Smitten has batted well for the Leewards. She has been the rock so far, so it's now 49 for 3. 52 runs are required, 57 to go. That one was short, and she played it late, Dave. No movement of the feet, as though she was looking for another one into the pads. But she stood there, just played it late, and a good wicket for Shanesa Thomas. 2 for 10.
Yes, that she has played that shot pretty well from the back foot all morning, but on that occasion I think the batter's actually not coming down straight, so missed it and was bowled. I'll say young Thomas taking the wicket. Thomas has been pretty steady, not quick, but definitely steady and accurate.
Well, in comes the Anguillian on the team. Looks like Mauricia Lewis. She's a left-handed batter. And well, in fact, it's not. It is in fact Skeet. Keransi Skeet, who will be doing the facing here for the Leewards. Keranique.
That surname set sounds like a Barbados surname. Not accustomed to hearing that, yeah.
But for today, it's a Nevision name. So Keranique Skeet out of Nevis, left-handed batter. She's also a right-arm medium fast bowler, did not bowl. She faces, oh, that's a wide. Terrible. In fact, that's right off the track. Umpire signal, it has to be no ball.
So free hit.
A free hit. So the score goes to 47 for 3. What do you do for the free hit? You must go full blast.
This is what I'm saying. I'm not seeing them communicating. So see, now we get the communication.
Now the captain is going down. It has to be. It has to be clear that you go full length. If it goes in the air and you get caught, we would run.
Yeah.
But you can't just stop and dab and.
You need to see that level of awareness.
That's correct.
Knowing what to do for the different situations that you've been put into.
51 runs required. Thomas. She goes down the track and she walks that over. They will get at least one hit. In fact, poor fielding. That is really not acceptable here. But nevertheless, Skeet, She gets the 4. She beats the power play. The 50 comes up. For the Leeward Islands, they move to 51 for 3.
Yeah, that was one of the better responses I've seen to a free hit set since we've been here.
All season.
All season, yeah.
I'm telling you.
All tournament, that is.
It was on her pads. She whacked it out to mid-wicket. And then there was, I won't say a bad bounce. Just let's pick out that fielder who didn't really represent as well as Guyana expected. And that 4 will be critical. If the Leewards win, you would think that 4 would have pulled the choke. Oh, and this is another no ball. So another free hit will be on for the take. Score moves to 52 for 3.
Yeah, young Thomas struggling a bit. So she'd have to get her radars right again. Try and get it back on stumps. She's been doing that since she started this morning. So young Thomas again. Down the leg side.
Yes, you're correct. But here, Dave, the free hit is still on.
Yeah, it's still. No, it didn't.
It may have played because I didn't see any signal from the umpire. Yes, because he signaled the free hit, so it looked as though a wide, but we didn't see the wide from the umpire. I'm not quite sure if you picked up the wide from signal, Dave. But he did signal free hit, so the free hit continues. So, yes. So is it 2 extra runs? We just need that clarity. Maybe the signal eluded our eyes and our cameras. This one is struck over the top, over cover. Will it go into the boundary? It's been chased. Good bit of football work here.
Well done, well fielded in deep.
And Weeks gets 2 runs, the right approach to the free hit, and the score moves to 56
for 3.
42 runs required now for the Leewards. They're breathing a bit easier here. Oh, Weeks looks so composed. She comes out, comes forward, plays across the line, the ball into the onside. And the over has come to an end. Long over there for Thomas. She has 2 for 20. And it is 56 for 3 after 11. Dave Joseph, what do you make? 9 overs are remaining. Another 42 runs for victory. Who are you picking to win this game?
Well, I think at this point, it's probably even more evenly poised than anything else. Skeet seems to be a power hitter set.
Yes.
Yeah, she strikes the ball pretty well, so if she
showed that with her second delivery.
If she can get it right, then the Leewards will be in good business. Weeks on the other hand seems to have, a much better touch on the ball.
I guess they would give Skeet the license because Weeks is there. She's calm. She knows the game. She has been batting well. You'd consider the leading all-rounder in the team. They're making changes there. Trying to stop the play now in the offside. Maybe they know something about Weeks, but there are 3 fielders, 3 ladies on the onside boundary. One square leg, one at mid-wicket, one at long on, and then there is the cover on the boundary. So those are the boundary fielders. Apart from that, it's the point, the cover, the mid-off, and the third man. Oh, that's wide. Woo! Well, with that wide, the wind was so ferocious that the players are fleeing from the Guyana tent.
From the dugout.
Do we say the roof? It took the canopy off the tent. The match. The wind is strong, Dave. The ladies were so frightened that they ran. The 3 substitute fielders for Guyana got from under the tent. Skeet is beaten by a good delivery from Leash. For the Guyanese who decided that they want to bat first. and set the runs for the Leewards. The question they may be asking themselves, is it enough?
Yeah, well said, they'll have to think that it's enough. It's already been put on the board. So they'll have to try to get the Leewards below that total.
We usually say runs on the board are runs on the board.
Yeah, well,
But at
it's
the same time,
certainly that's
with good bowling and fielding.
Yeah, certainly it's that way. It's on the board already, so you'll have to defend it. Pull away. See again set, running past the stumps, no attempt to even to look for two.
Turn. So that's a drill that may come into play. Dip and turn.
Yeah, well, they will have to get it right. You'll actually realize that you would have lost a couple of runs at the end of the day.
Yep.
You know, not being able to turn and come back for two.
Especially when you lose, or if you lose by a small margin. You usually go home and you start to think, that one I did not run, that one I did hit.
But again, Seth, if you're not physically fit, you would not want to come back for two at all. Or three. It's going to be a bit pushing and taxing on the body.
So I guess that's part of the pre-season training, or in fact the personal development training initiative rather has to be critical. So they keep making these changes to the field as though they are not certain. Player in the deep coming in, and the cover comes in. This one is played by Weeks. Back up the track. 40 runs required from 51 balls.
I think Weeks needs to allow the ball to come a bit closer to her rather than launching out on the front foot too far. Once you allow it to come to you, then you can probably drive it down to the mid-off region now.
This time she stands and she swings at it, Dave. She didn't get her feet to the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, but she actually went cross-batted set instead of hitting straight through the line. Yeah.
So we see a little tense period here. Good over for the Guyanese so far. 3 dot balls, 1 single of the over so far, apart from the opening delivery, which was a wide.
Yeah, there's also the other option that you can, if you can't get a boundary set, you can take a single.
That's correct.
Just push it in front
Drop
of you,
it, and
drop it and run out.
delivery.
And again, in the onside, the whole onside is open up.
Because
So you can get to the pitch and work it into the onside, all that kind of stuff, if they have those shots.
3 fielders on the boundary. Down the leg side, she sweeps at that. No run there, coming through for the single, and a bit of misfielding there.
Well, I'll tell you,
fielder,
Skeet
short
is anxious to get on strike.
Yes, she wants some of that.
Yeah, so let's see.
Ball being tossed up.
Let's see how she handles it.
Second wide of the over. But they would have benefited from 3 wides because they did run. So 2 deliveries still remaining.
Yeah, well, lots of movement in the field set.
38 runs required now. They are moving across back and forth. Now, so with the left-hander. So there's a point. There is a short third man. There is an extra cover mid-off. All inside the circle. There is a cover on the boundary, a sweeper. Then on the onside, long on, mid-wicket, and square leg on the boundary. She drives to the left of the diving Leach. Couldn't get a hand onto it. Single to Skeet. She moves to 6 and the score to 61 for 3. 1 delivery remaining over number 12.
Yeah, well, Weeks will need to take a single at least, try to get the strike.
So it's 37 runs required. Short and down the ground. Lovely shot. The first one we have seen like that. Into the boundary for 4. You have been speaking all day, Dave, that you have not seen the batters doing that. That one was pitched outside off. She pranced onto it.
Yeah, we would have seen before set. You would not have seen. We have seen Weeks playing that shot in 1 or 2 of the games before, straight down the ground. So she has that shot in her repertoire. So sometimes what I think happens is that sometimes when she look to go down the ground, instead of going straight down the ground with the bat, she's going across slightly. So there she goes in terms of missing the deliveries. And she would definitely need to, hold her shape, hold her composure, and keep going down the ground.
As a former batter who liked to go down the ground, I guess it would be nice for you to have a word with her at the end of the game.
Yeah, not a problem at all, Seth. I'll always willing to help wherever I can.
So Dave, 33 runs are needed from 48 deliveries. So the Leeward Islands at this stage, I think they have the initiative.
Yeah, it looks very much that way, and I think they'll need to. Wow.
I hear you saying, wow. They're back and forth in terms of...
Is young man's leg spinner?
Yes.
Yeah,
she's back.
She's pretty aggressive in terms of her field placement and what she wants to get done.
Oh, that's a no ball. Too full. Sometimes, the wrist spinners. She's trying to flight, I believe. She's trying to induce.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what.
Shot.
Guyana will need to see the back of Skeet. She's pretty aggressive and she hits that ball pretty hard. So if she's still at the crease, it's going to be easy picking.
And this time she goes down the ground. It didn't go too far. She's coming through. She gets the single. You can see man is real aggressive. She's saying to the fielder, no, you got to stop that. Seems as though I like that attitude. It brings out the best out of the team. She's not hiding her aggression.
Yeah,
maybe agitating for some, but she's saying I set high standards.
Yeah, well, that's good to set high standards, but sometimes you've got to use some level of control when you're out there in the field set. The throwing around of the hands is not going to work for you. It says puts your teammates under pressure.
This time all weeks allows that one to come.
Well bowled by young Mans.
So 31 needed from 46. The Leewards with their nose in front. They're looking to win this to challenge for third place against Jamaica. This time she's trying to pull. The wind has been very strong, Dave.
Yeah, and I don't think that shot will be a good shot to play in the strong breeze set.
Precisely, and where the breeze is coming from.
Yeah, so
it's coming from
hitting into the wind is not going to be something that's advisable at this point.
Ooh, that one bounced, and she was playing the sweep shot, and that one wrapped her in the chest area. Weeks just works it off. Danielle Man. She's in the third over. 4 dot balls. 3 dot balls in this over. She has only conceded 7 runs. With 1 delivery remaining in her third over, she has been the tightest of the Guyana bowlers. 30 runs required. .43 deliveries. Man is agitated. She's marshalling the team. She's saying, guys, I need you to come up trump here. She's in fact the captain, so you could understand. Feel like
yeah, well, she knows exactly what she wants. And that's good to see that she knows exactly what she wants to do, and she's making sure that the field gets into the right place.
That's correct. Yes.
You need to be a no-nonsense person.
She's a very serious character. I like it.
Yeah, as I tell you guys, the smaller ones, always look to do big things.
That was short. In fact, a no ball. Another no ball.
Yep.
Yes. Yes. Stay calm when she has the ball in her hand, because I think she's a little bit frustrated by the fielders. And you can see it's affecting her. She has had 2 wide so far in this over.
Well, Seth, I can tell you from here, the pressure is on.
Yes, the pressure is
So
on.
it's definitely showing on man.
She recognized that she only has 1 over. And with the Leewards ahead, it's not going to be easy from here. Oh, she missed that one completely. And the wicketkeeper also missed it. They're coming back for the second. This is dicey here, but Weeks gets in. By signal by the umpire.
Yeah, Skeet actually got in just now. I have been observing that Skeet seems to run very well between the wickets.
Yes, very well. And I think in partnership with Weeks. So it is 71 for 3 after 13. The math is easy. 27 runs required. 7 overs remaining. The Leeward Islands are definitely in a strong position. 27 runs from 42 deliveries. Dave Joseph, they required 4 runs per over.
Yeah, as I say, they really thinking on the top of the game. Just push it around, knock it around. It should be, right in good order. Take your 1s, take your 2s. Let's see how they handle it though, Seth.
Test cricket is also around. Australia against Bangladesh. Bangladesh really leading the Aussies by over 150 runs with 4 innings, 4 wickets in first innings on hand. For the first time, you'll see Nathan Lyon going wicketless for 92 runs. And it's a green top that the Aussies prepared. They decided to bat first, but the Bangladeshis, they provided the goods.
They put them on a bit of pressure.
Yes, it could have been less. The 190, it could have been less because Steve Smith's drop catch and what I thought was a dismissal was a factor for consideration. And we're telling you all these because it's cricket. Last night in the CPL, they said everything went out of the way for the Kingsmen. So it is an interesting scenario. The 100 is on in England. Here is Weeks sweeping this one, but lost her footing. Oh, a bad bit of fielding. And this will go into the boundary for 4. It does. And this will certainly agitate man. Because Jackson's delivery was down the leg side. That was not the issue, but the issue was with the eventual fielding. The ball, Dave, being played past Kiston, Rikisha Kiston, and that's when it all went wrong.
Yeah, bad bit of feeling there, Seth. Should have been saved. Ball actually went by and went into the boundary for 4.
75 for 3, Dave. 23 runs.
Yeah, Jackson and Mans will not be happy about that at all.
Weeks will be happy. She's on 16.
And the Leewards will be happy.
They will be happier.
All the way
she's
again.
Delicate. Oh, trouble here. Oh, the Guyanese messed it up. What is happening here? Weeks was sweeping. She didn't intend to take the run. Skeet was charging down. Weeks stood her ground. The return was very weak once again from Kirsten, and it eluded the wicket keeper, Akila Stevens, in the interim, and that was what let Skeet out of the hunch because she was halfway down the track. So they really need some work in terms of their fielding, the Guyanese. I guess that's what man was demanding. Down the leg side, sweeps down to the boundary. It will not be 4. Yes. 2 runs. Leash not fielding well on that occasion. Those 2 runs. The partnership here moving up to 31. Alia Weeks 19 in that contribution. In fact, 77 now, 31 to go, Dave. 31 runs. 21 runs, so I beg your pardon, from 39 deliveries. Weeks faces And she plays this one, 2 mid on, flat batted. She doesn't have to be in a hurry now. It's easy picking from here.
Yeah, well, it's going to be, as I said, it's going to be interesting to see how they handle it. It's way less than a run a ball. So they should be able to get home easily without doing anything extravagant.
2 deliveries remaining in Jackson's spell. This one has been played in the air by Weeks. Drop, taken. Weeks goes. You just said there was no need for anything extravagant. She wanted to clear the deep mid-off, almost halfway to the boundary, almost of a long off position. And she did not succeed in doing so, and Guyana getting wicket number 4. And wicket number 4, Jackson getting her first. Outside the off stump, and she whacked it. It hit the bottom of the bat, Dave Joseph. I got the impression it hit the bottom of the bat. And in the end, a very good catch on recovery from Shanisa Thomas. And wicket number 4 goes down.
Yeah, Leeward's, as I said, unnecessary wicket being lost there. And again, situations, how do you handle certain situations? That's another thing for them to look at.
Yes, a partnership of 31 between those two for the 4th wicket came to an end, and in comes the lone Anguillan on the team, Oricia Lewis. Oricia will join Skeet. Oricia is a right-handed batter. She's also a right-arm fast medium.
Yeah, being aggressive set, it doesn't mean you have to go aerial.
That's right.
Sometimes you can go on the ground. Sometimes it's being aggressive in terms of running to between the wickets.
And sometimes one wicket lets in another. That one was down the leg side. Jackson once again off target. And score moves to 78. 20 runs required. If the rest of the batting can't get 20 runs, Dave, from 6 overs.
Well, they've still got
justifying Weeks' decision.
No, they've still got Skeet there at the other end. She, as I said, she strikes the ball pretty well. So
she comes forward. She will get her first one. Hesitated a little bit. Played it to short mid-wicket. Good direct hit from Captain Man, but Lewis was well in. Skeet was well in. So the over comes to an end, and it is 79 for 4. Dave, just what? 19 runs required from 6 overs for the Leewards to have a victory.
Yeah, 19 runs for 6 overs. Should be easy picking set, but as you know, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainty. So,
That's
again,
right. A hat-trick could come in, and then things, you could set the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yep. Young Thomas. Opening bowler coming back.
Yes, Thomas before this 2 for 20 from her 3 overs. So she is got to be bowling her final over. Shanisa Thomas comes in. Oh, bowl him! Bowl her! We always say bowl him because that was the old adage. But now with the ladies in play, she has bowled her with a nice round arm dilly-dally stuff. A big effort.
Yeah, as you said, Thomas has been bowling. She's not quick, but she's pretty accurate with her stuff. She's, for most of her spell, has been on point in terms of keeping the stumps in play.
Oricia Lewis would be a bit disappointed. She wanted to have what you call the big heave. I think the focus has to be that you're already in front. But she goes, and in comes Descent. Sequinia Descent, who also bowled remarkably well. Would like to back up those bowling figures with a good knock here. All she needs to do is to support. This time she sweeps at that.
Out.
Given out.
Leg before.
She does not believe it. She's asking why. Leg before, she was trying to flick off the pads. umpire Thompson puts up the dreaded finger. The Leewards could find themselves in a little spot here at 79 for 6. And Thomas is on a hat trick. She has 20 for 4.
You just
She's
spoke
on a
about the
hat-trick.
hat trick set.
I hope I didn't goat mouth anybody. That's what we said. But I'm just saying that things can change in a quick moment.
As I said, it's game cricket, glorious uncertainties.
So now is where
we see a replay of that decision.
now is where we're going to see, Dave, how strong the team is.
Yeah, Warner.
You can't lean on top batters only. You have to lean on the tail because it's part of the team. 19 runs required. Warner comes to the crease. She
4
had
wickets.
fear of bowling. Thomas has 4. And let's see how Warner approaches it. Warner would have had her word with Skeet. Skeet has been there for a while. They don't need 4 and 6s. They need less than 4 runs per over. Oh, she's beaten. She didn't get the hat trick. So the hat trick ball went through. But she still has 3 deliveries that can really, continue to change the trajectory of the game. She gets 3, 9 wickets will be down. If she Warner plays this one, gets a single. Very well, that's all it needs. Taps it around and brings Skeet to face. 18 runs required.
Yeah, it's pretty easy picking, as I said, if you're looking to knock it around, if you're using smarts. But aiming for the big shots and the big boundaries, that may cause a bit of problem for you.
So they're making some adjustment to the field because they recognize that it's Skeet. That Skeet, she likes to go big. So the field now, what they're doing, they're not sure. Because they have made changes. The wicketkeeper is also making changes. They're calling in the 3rd man. They're sending back. In fact, it's a switch of players. Because the 3rd man moves around to fine leg. And the fine leg moves to short 3rd man. So there are 3. Well, in fact, now they're dropping back a player to the sweeper position, but not right on the boundary. Wide outside the off stump. Not wide signal by the umpire, but it was heading that way. Skeet played at it, still. Followed it. 1 delivery remaining. So Thomas, the biggest threat, would be concluding with this delivery. Well played. They're coming through for a quick single and they will get it. That's the smart cricket that Dave Joseph has been
Yeah, and retain the strike too. Set?
Yes.
So this is real game sense here for young Skeet. She wants to take the strike and she wants to have the strike, so she maneuvered that ball and took a quick single.
81 for 6 after 15, so 5 overs remaining. That's 30 balls. And the Leeward Islands require 17 runs for victory, and 17 runs which will put them into 3rd position, into 4th position, meaning that they would have an opportunity to challenge Jamaica if they win for 3rd place in tomorrow's playoff.
Yeah, so again, it's not over until it's over. So let's see how the Leewards can hold their cool set and get these remaining 17 runs.
Ski dabs it down. They're coming through for a quick single. Direct hit, but it does not hit the stumps. It was missed. And Skeet is happy, he's content to give the ball, to give the strike to Warner. That means there's a measure of confidence. 16 remaining, and they keep rotating the fielders. Change over because the right hand is in place. So now what you're seeing here, they're pushing out the long one, pushing out the mid on, too long on. They have 2 mid wickets towards the boundary on the onside, straight mid wicket.
Well, I think they need to try to stay with singles set because singles will be able to do it for the Leewards. They need
also
to
get skeet in strike.
Yeah, you need to cram them for singles and then.
And that's easy.
Yeah.
Because Warner just comes down on that. And the deep fielders having to run in, they get an easy single. Brings
Yeah,
the
they need
strike.
to stop these single set and force them into playing big shots.
And the left-hander going against the wind. This is where they need now to pin down that inner circle. They don't need anybody deep on the onside. The wind is so strong. They have one play outside the circle, down the leg side, and it's a wide signal by the umpire. Leach is in a final over, done for 16. She would need to strike. She would need to get a wicket here to keep her team in the hunt. 14 runs needed from 28 deliveries. 3 runs required per over. Down the leg side again, wide. Second consecutive wide in the over, following 2 consecutive singles.
Yeah, Skeet will have to watch how she's placing that front leg set. She's got to be mindful of being bowled around her legs. Got to remember he's an off-spinner bowler.
This time she hits
Down the ground.
Mid off, gets a single. That's the way Dave Joseph suggests that it should be played. 12 runs required. 27 balls remaining. The Leeward should not lose it from here. They would need a couple of double strikes, the Guyanese. They had one from Thomas 2 overs ago. But this pair looks to be focused on the approach of getting the singles.
Well played by Warner.
Warner is a smart thinking.
Yeah, it looks pretty smart set. Yeah, as I said, Seti, you'll be ones and twos will be able to do it for the Leewards. Just keep knocking it around.
Oh, they're coming through for a quick one.
That's going to be easy, Seti. It's going to be easy.
But
Just keep knocking it around and you'll get singles, I tell you that much.
they're putting the Guyanese fielders on the pressure, and on this occasion it was Sawana Broker trying to close in there. She was at the short point position and they were still able to come through. We didn't see this earlier from the other batters, particularly when the top batters, Weeks and Smith, were batting.
Yeah, even the Guyanese innings, we didn't see much of this.
And this is done without being suicidal here.
Yeah, definitely. So this is a part of the game that they need to work on to set. Dropping and running, and these 2 pairs are showing how it should be done. This batting pair showing how it should be done.
So
Quick single taken.
another single, Dave.
Yep.
It is now getting into single digits. The required runs are 9. 9 runs required. 89 for 6. 16 overs completed. So 24 balls, 9 runs. If you lose this, what do you do? You can't blame anyone. Guyana, if you lose this, you know you had a good chance. It would have been your single victory. But we're seeing good signs in terms of the Guyana team, Dave. We have seen good signs in terms of the bowling. We have seen good. We've seen Fraser at the top of the order, with a measure of focus. We have also seen Mann. We have seen Thomas, with the ball. We have seen pretty much a good approach. Mann
I think
is instructing them well.
Set Leeward would have had a
So we have now a penalty situation, the last 4 overs, because of the time wasted. So they would only have 3 men, can only put 3 fielders. We can only put 3 fielders outside the circle. So here are they coming in now. Well, they're coming through for a quick single and they've gotten it. Warner is really one who is willing to take the chance.
That's the order of the day set, singles.
And it has worked for her. So it's 90 for 6. Warner is on 5. Skeet is on 11. On the Leeward Islands, they're sensing victory. They need 8 runs. 3 overs remaining after this. She does not face. Dead ball signaled by umpire Thompson. She pulled away. I'm not quite sure what was the issue. Whether Captain Mann is in her last over. I'm not quite sure if she would have felt that she pulled away late. She has 1 for 9. She has bowled remarkably well. Oh, this one has been swept. Well, what a shot. That is perhaps one of the shots of the day. Blistered down to backward square for 4. Dave Joseph, you would love to see that shot. It brings the Leewards just within 4 runs of victory. Top shot.
Yeah, top shot by young Skeet. As I said to you, once she's at the crease set, it's going to be easy picking for the Leewards. She strikes the ball well, and I think credit must be given to Warner for the time she came in. She's actually been looking to get the singles.
She has been an excellent
working it around, knocking it around for once.
This partnership of 15 is invaluable for the Leewards. Man, there. Oh, they're coming through for another quick single.
Well run, good communication set.
Oh, man, this is what the game should be. I have not seen this level of running between the wicket throughout the entire tournament than I have seen from this 16-1 partnership between Warner and Skeet.
Yeah, even our scorers are loving it.
Yes, they are.
I hear one of our scorers saying she likes this. So it's good to see.
And that's what cricket should be.
Good to hear.
So 3 runs to go, and Mann would think that she has been outfoxed here by a more clever Leeward's pair of Warner and Skeet. Skeet is on 16, Warner on 5. This time Warner goes over the top. The field is in. They have gotten 1. They will come back for the second, and the scores will be tied at this stage. Warner gets 2 and moves to 7. It is 96 for the 6. 97 for 6.
Set, I can tell you, young Warner is pretty competent, set.
Yes.
The fielders came in, and then is where she went for that big shot over the top. So she's
thinking the game.
Yeah, she's watching everything, and she's playing pretty smart cricket.
Yes, she is. You would usually say a well-oiled machine, this young Kittishan. 1 run to go. All the fielders are in. Warner, are you going over the top for glory, or are you going to just run quickly?
I told you about the fitness.
And
Steve
these
is
two,
struggling. Yeah.
this time, man to Warner. Warner misses outside the off stump.
Just got to knock it around. Still don't worry about the extravagance in terms of trying to finish it quickly.
One delivery remaining in over number 17. They will get home 1 to win. Leeward Islands sensing their second victory. Warner pulls this one. Will get 4. They're chasing. They're coming back for the second. They only needed 1. So a combination of Warner and Skeet Dave Joseph bringing the Leewards over the line with 3 overs to spare. The Leeward Islands replying to Guyana's 97 for 9 from their 20 overs, reaching 98 for 6.
Yeah, excellent.
Let's look at the
Excellent cricket stuff by both teams.
The team summary. We would recognize that Fraser was key to Guyana getting their 96, but there were a few key figures in the Leewards getting past their 97. Guyana's 97, Leewards getting to their 98. You would think about Smitten at the top, coming in at number 3 and really batting well, and then you think about this partnership between Warner and Skeet taking the team over the line. We have had a lot of good bowling. A lot of good bowling performances, but now you see the players are shaking hands, Dave Joseph. But the reality of the situation, the Leewards have put themselves in a position in which they would have ended the preliminaries on 4th place. So they would be playing the 3rd place playoff against Jamaica. The Windward Islands will play against Guyana in their bottom of the table clash. But it has been an entertaining and enterprising game. I'm sure you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. At least this last partnership that we saw here, it was a pretty enticing one, seeing the young batters being pushing and dropping and running sharp singles. That's something, nice to see. And I hope they can continue to do this set in terms of, thinking exactly what's required, what needs to be done, rather than going for the big shots. 1s and 2s can do it, and they've done a good job at it.
Yes, they've done an excellent job, and we think the youngsters have done themselves proud. Both teams, even though Guyana came out losing, they really made a fight of it, and we have actually seen inspirational leadership from their captain, young man, and we have seen a combination. I think, Dave, a few all-rounders in the making. We speak about Weeks. We must also speak about Warner. We must speak about Smitten. We know the good batting from the Leeward side in terms of Skerritt. So they have a core. I don't know if you want to add anyone else.
Yeah, I think Young Weeks was also be commended too for innings that she played. I think she just lost it a bit in terms of playing a big shot and got out,
and Dasson,
which was not necessary at that point in time.
On the Guyana end, they had some good bowling performances, but I thought, apart from Fraser at the top, who really batted well, the rest of the batting did not show up, and that may have led to their downfall, because perhaps a score of 120, 110, as some of our viewers were projecting, that may have been a more competitive target.
Yeah, clearly another 21 set would have been, pretty competitive. So, as I said, Guyana, only one batter really putting up your hand. So, tough luck to the Guyanese today, and well played to the Leewards in the end.
So the players are enjoying it. You see the picturesque Liberta Sports Club facility in a beautiful day here. Dave Joseph, you will be with the folks tomorrow. So I wish you guys goodbye. I wish you good luck. But I think it shows that Cricket West Indies, with their Rising Star 2026, I think they're on their way of securing those 20 players who they will put in a camp. And I think they could be on their way to developing a team for the 2027 World Cup, because the material, we see the raw material here. They would need refinement, they would need coaching, they would need training, they would need to build their fitness level. But I think this tournament is achieving its ultimate purpose.
Yeah, most definitely set. I think, as I said, the Cricket West Indies is actually poised to try to set themselves up for the Young Under 19s World Cup coming up in the next couple of years, as they have seen very good talent being put on show. And let's hope they can continue to go in strengths, set, as they carry on their little careers, and hope they can turn it into big stuff and big things. Set?
So we're just wrapping up today. So on behalf of our executive producer, Ian Wason, Our scorers, Clarice Willock and Christine Mills. We also had the benefit of our match referee, Bernard Joseph. We're delighted on behalf of all the cameramen who worked tirelessly. We're delighted to have brought you coverage. I'm Seth Burton saying goodbye, good afternoon, good night, good evening, wherever you are. It was a pleasure to be a part of the Live and Louder Network in today's coverage.